Very good. Welcome everyone to settingmoon.com. I'm Joe Dumond. I'm your host, and we have gathered people here from around the world, and I mean literally from around the world, almost every continent on earth, to join us today. So that's an honor and a blessing, and I want to welcome y'all. A couple little house rules to remember. Don't take your phone to the washroom, and if you do, turn off the mic, turn off the video. We don't want to see you do your business. We are going to be reading the Torah portions here today, and there's a little button at the bottom. You can raise your hand, and I will get to you in a designated order. There are some people here who have learned how to butt in really, really well, and it's an art. We are going to midrash, so you need to learn the art to argue and to discuss. And at the end of the midrash, when we're done today, you must still love each other and me. So that's one of the rules. If you can't do that, don't take part. Okay, we gotta love each other. That's how you're gonna know that they're brethren. So we are practicing that. Some things get very testy here, and that's okay. We're offering different opinions. Before we do get started, I want you to keep Eric. Eric's last name just slipped my brain. Gibson. Keep Eric Gibson in your prayers. He needs our prayers right now. So please do keep him in your prayers. So we are going to be doing the Torah portion, but before we do, I'm here in Israel right now. We have just sent out the Barley report. We are going to be having an Adar Bet. Tomorrow we are going to Masada and the Dead Sea, but there are some places along the way, depending on which way we go, that might produce some barley. If I find barley, I will change my mind and let you know. We had, as you've seen in the video, we had barley that was already getting ready to shatter. And that was, a pleasant surprise, because we'd already heard that there was none to be found. But we found some on our day one. So on day two, we were looking for more, but we couldn't find any more in that area, which was a surprise because, it was like nothing there at all. And that was the best area. So day 3 or 4, we ended up going up to Jordan Valley and looking up there. I missed my one reserve that I always go to. I don't know how I missed it, but I did. And we ended up at Checkpoint Charlie, and it was just coming out of the boot there. There were other searchers that had been there before, but nobody's reported it. And that's the thing. Nobody's reporting it. That's why I go. I'm tired of the secrecy. I'm tired of the managing of the information so that you can only get it from me or from that person who thinks they are the source of all the barley search. And that's why we need more barley searchers. Anyone can do it. I don't care how old, how young. If you can walk and see what's green, you can do this. So if you would like to come next year, please do. We were blessed this year. We had a truce between Hezbollah and the IDF take place just before we continue. We were supposed to expire on the Sunday that we arrived, and it continued for another 18 days. There's talk that it may fall apart here any day now. Hamas entered into a truce with IDF and began to give up the hostages just as we arrived here. We've had no rockets. We've had no incidents that we need to be aware of. We've had random lone wolf attacks in the area that we've been in the day of and the day after on 2 occasions, maybe 3 occasions. So it's those random acts, and these are people that have already been set free in the hostage exchange, now acting out again. And the lone wolves, you cannot defend against them because they just pop up anywhere. So we still need your prayers. We still covered your prayers. And Jehovah's hearing you because he stopped all the rockets while we're here. That is a miracle. So thank you for that. So again, we are, right now it's Adar Bet. Our on the website, sightofmoon.com. Our feast days for the spring have been updated to March, and after that, up to Shavuot. I have not had time to do the fall holy days as to when Sukkot will be. It's, I think, late August, early September. I'm not sure, but I have to double check. But you can calculate that. That's what you need to do. Learn how to calculate when the holy days are. They are, 15th day after the first day of the month. It is the 50 days after Wave Sheaf Day. When's Wave Sheaf Day? Wave Sheaf Day and Passover will be the same day, unless the moon is not sighted. Then it'll be, Wave Sheaf Day will be on the last day of unleavened bread. It's going to be a controversial year for that, I know, but you need to learn that. Shavuot's 50 days from either the first day of unleavened bread or the last day of unleavened bread, depending on the moon being sighted. Okay, so how do you play? No man knows the day or the hour. That's what he's telling you. No one knows. The fall feast, same thing. No one knows the day or the hour for the Feast of Trumpets because of the sighting of the moon. But you count 7 months from March, starting in March 2nd, I think it is. Okay, so that's what's going on there. Sombra, can you just keep watch on the people coming in the room, please? So we are shorthanded a little bit today. Shane and Randy have gone out to find some food. We've been left here alone. Sombra is there and Stuart is sick. And we need volunteers. We need people who want to step up and help run this meeting. We'll bring you in, bring you on board, let you learn how to do it. And then if all of us get sick on the same day, you can take over and run the meeting for us, for all of us. We need more volunteers. Learn to do the music, learn to do the prayers, learn to do the hosting. That'll give me a break once in a while. I do plan on being in the NRB here in 3 weeks' time, 2 weeks' time. What is it, 2 or 3 weeks, something like that. February 24th to 27th. Then after that, I'm going to be heading to the Philippines. I haven't determined whether it's going to be the middle of March, Passover, or the middle of April. And I'm going to be gone for at least a month, maybe a month and a half. We could use some help. If you enjoy being here and you enjoy the Midrash, step up and volunteer to help. So you can contact Randy, Shane, Sombra, or myself, and we'll try and work you in. Also, I want to welcome the new people here. Janice is from India, so welcome. And I didn't get a chance to say to you beforehand, it's very late for her. I'm going to try and stay as long as I can today, but I've been up at 5 a.m. talking about the Adar Bet with people since this morning. So again, we need help. We just need help. We need more barley searchers too. So don't be afraid to do that. Okay. Sombra. No. Yes. Who? I don't know who's doing what.
Okay.
Sombra, opening prayer?
I've been trying to get people to lead in prayer. I first asked Beljeet, but he didn't answer. Beljeet, are you here? Would you lead us in prayer to open the meeting? Okay, then my second request was to Richard. Richard, would you do it?
I'll be glad to.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Richard. Your mic is off, Richard.
He can't get his mic on.
Yeah, it was on before. Okay, no, I still can't hear you. Let's press that button.
All right, how about that?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. Heavenly Father, we thank you, Lord, for this beautiful Sabbath day you provided for us. Lord, we thank you for the traveling mercies you've given to Joe and the crew that are over there working. We just pray you'll continue to watch over and protect them. Father, keep your hands on them and guide them where you want them to be, and then bring them home in peace and safety. Lord, we lift up Eric to you this morning. There seems to be a problem we're not aware of, but we know you are. And so we place him in faith in your hands. Father, you watch over and protect him. You touch him by the power of your Holy Spirit, Lord, and bring him through this. Bring him out safe and sound and of good health. Lord, we pray for the service today. Be with each and every one that discusses your word, Lord. We pray it finds lodging in our heart, and we hide it there and protect it, because there's nothing greater than that word that you've given us. Heaven and earth will pass away, but your word will remain forever. So bless the service today, Lord. Watch over and keep us. Protect us in everything that we say and do. And we'll be careful, Father, to give you the praise and honor and glory, because it belongs to you. In Jehovah's blessed name we pray. Amen and amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Richard. Yeah, I'm on. Okay. So we're going to do the Torah portion. We're starting with Exodus chapter 4, and Somber is going to bless the readers for us today on that department.
Actually, I'm going to do it this part for her. So, sorry. Let me get in here. So, he who blessed our forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, may he bless Linda, reading Exodus 4, Glenn, 1 Kings 8, James, reading James, reading 1 King. I'm sorry, let me start over again. Exodus 4 is read by Glenn, 1 Kings 8 read by James, Psalms read by Ella, and Luke 19 read by Yvette, because they have come up to raise the Torah, and Sombra because she will come up to re-roll the Torah. As reward for this, may the Holy One, blessed is he, protect them and rescue them from every trouble and distress, from every plague and illness, and may he send blessing and success in their every endeavor. Together with all Israel, their brethren, now let us respond, Amen. I have one more prayer before we start. Psalms 119, 15 through 18. It's kind of, we normally don't do this, but I felt led to do it. Let me find it here. Psalms 119 through 15 through 18. I will meditate on, and I'm going to make this a corporate prayer. So we will meditate on your precepts and fix our eyes on your ways. We will delight in your statutes. We will not forget your word. Deal bountifully with your servant, that we may live and keep your word. Open our eyes that we may behold the wondrous things of your law. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Shauna. Okay, so we're going to start the Torah portion now, and we're going to have Glenn, and Glenn's reading Exodus 4, and I don't think there's a whole lot of complicated names in there, so that's not fair that Glenn gets an easy chapter this week.
Okay. Exodus 4. And Moshe answered and said, and if they do not believe me, nor listen to my voice, and say, Jehovah has not appeared to you, and Jehovah said to him, what is it? What is that in your hand? And he said, a rod. And he said, throw it on the ground. So he threw it on the ground, and it became a serpent. And Moshe fled from it. And Jehovah said to Moshe, reach out your hand and seize it by the tail. And he reached out his hand and took hold of it, and it became a rod in his hand. So that they believe that Jehovah Elohim of your fathers, the Elohim of Abraham, the Elohim of Yitzhak, and the Elohim of Jacob, has appeared to you. And Jehovah said to him again, now put your hand in your bosom. And he put his hand in his bosom. And when he took it out, and see, his hand was leprous, like snow. And he said, put your hand in your bosom again. So he put his hand in his bosom again and drew it out of his bosom, and see, it was restored like his other flesh. And it shall be, if they do not believe you, nor listen to the voice of the first sign, they shall believe the voice of the latter sign. And it shall be, if they do not believe even these two signs, or listen to your voice, that you shall take water from the river and pour it on the ground, on the dry land, and the water which you take from the river shall become blood on the dry land. And Moshe said to Jehovah, O Jehovah, I am not a man of words, neither before nor since you have spoken to your servant, for I am slow of speech and slow of tongue. And Jehovah said to him, Who has made man's mouth? Or who makes dumb or deaf, or seeing or blind? Is it not I, Jehovah? And now go, and I shall be with your mouth, and teach you what to say. But he said, O Jehovah, please send by the hand of him whom you would send. And the displeasure of Jehovah burned against Moshe, and he said, Is not Aaron the Levite your brother? I know that he speaks well, and see, he is also coming out to meet you. And when he sees you, he shall be glad in his heart. And you shall speak to him, and put the words in his mouth. And I am with your mouth, and with his mouth, and shall teach you what to do. And he shall speak for you to the people. And it shall be that he shall be a mouth for you, and you shall be an Elohim for him. And take this rod in your hand with which you shall do the signs. And then Moshe went and returned to Jethro, his father-in-law, and said to him, Please let me go and return to my brothers who are in Mitzrayim to see whether they are still alive. And Jethro said to Moshe, Go in peace. And Jehovah said to Moshe in Midian, Go, return to Mitzrayim, for all the men are dead who sought your life. So Moshe took his wife and his sons and set them on a donkey, and he returned to the land of Mitzrayim. And Moshe took the rod of Elohim in his hand. And Jehovah said to Moshe, As you go back to Mitzrayim, see that you do all those wonders before Pharaoh, which I have put in your hand. But I am going to strengthen his heart, so that he does not let the people go. And you shall say to Pharaoh, Thus says Jehovah, Israel is my son, my firstborn. So I say to you, let my son go to serve me, for if you refuse to let me go, see, I am killing your son, your firstborn. And it came to be on the way in the lodging place that Jehovah met him and sought to kill him. And Zipporah took a sharp stone and cut off the foreskin of her son and threw it at Moshe's feet and said, You are indeed a bridegroom of blood to me. So he let him go. Then she said, You are a bridegroom of blood because of the circumcision. And Jehovah said to Aaron, Go to meet Moshe in the wilderness. And he went and met him in the mountain of Elohim, and kissed him. Moshe then told Aaron all the words of Jehovah who had sent him, and all the signs which he had commanded him. And Moshe went with Aaron and gathered together all the elders of the children of Israel. And Aaron spoke all the words which Jehovah had spoken to Moshe. Then he did the signs before the eyes of the people, and the people believed. And they heard that Jehovah had visited the children of Israel, and that he had looked on their affliction, and they bowed their heads and did obedience.
Thank you, Glenn. So I gave you guys a homework assignment last week, and I asked you all to count how many times Moses was told to go and get the people. And how many times did you come up with?
Right.
How much?
I think it was 5 and maybe more.
Okay, so I'm glad you did your homework. You got 5. Okay, anyone else?
7.
Did you count 7, Paul, or are you going by what I said?
I've counted, but there might be 8. I'm not sure. I might have missed one.
Okay, I counted 7. and there might be 8, you can argue about 2 of them that are maybe. 7 times Jehovah told Moses to go and get the people. 6 times Moses didn't want to go. You can't talk. There's other people. There's better choices. Go find someone else. Why is that important? It's important because in Daniel 9, from the going forth of the command, do you want to read it? Let me read it. I'll just read it to you. Daniel 9, 25, I think it is. No, therefore, understand. From the going forth of the command to restore and build Jerusalem to Messiah the Prince shall be 7 weeks. The going forth of the command. Now, everyone says that's King Ahasuerus or Xerxes or Cyrus giving Nehemiah or someone else permission to go and restore Jerusalem. But this verse is not talking about a Persian king. This is talking about Jehovah. And verse, this 9:25 to 27, some people believe it's Messiah Yeshua, but when did Yeshua restore and build up the walls of Jerusalem? He never did. Well, he was a carpenter, they say. Well, no, he was with Joseph of Arimathea in the United Kingdom, which wasn't even the United Kingdom at that time. So he wasn't really a carpenter. Joseph was a carpenter. So this is talking about Moses here, and you're just reading in chapters 3 and 4 about Moses being told by Jehovah to go and get the people. And then when we apply the Jubilee cycles to this, from the Exodus, 7 weeks later, or 7 Jubilees later, 7 Shabuah later, brings you to Messiah the Prince, King David. And then 62 Jubilee cycles brings you to 1996, which is the final and 70th week, and the 120th Jubilee at the same time. So this, understanding this in Exodus 3 and 4 is important for you to know, if you want to know when the Messiah is going to return.
Is there a parallel between these 7 and something in the end times?
What do you mean?
Is there a parallel between these 7 in this chapter?
And the 2 witnesses being told 7 times to go and get the people?
Yeah, or...
So the 2 witnesses are likened to Elijah and to Moses. Everyone knows that. Those are the 2 that stood on either side of Yeshua when he was transfigured. We have Elijah and Elisha. We have Yeshua saying that John the Baptist came in the spirit of Elijah.
Mm-hmm.
One is a lawgiver, one is a, what do you call that? An arrogant, smart aleck prophet that people don't like.
We don't know anybody like that.
Will the 2 witnesses be like that? Oops, there we go. There could be. Is Moses a reluctant witness? He was.
I guess what I was asking at more is, like, you found the parallels between the plagues and the 10 days, 10 years of awe. Is there a parallel between these 7 calling forths and the, I don't know, like the 7 sabbaticals in the last Jubilee or anything like that?
A dual prophecy to come? Possibly?
Yeah, that's the kind of that I'm asking.
I would say yes, but I would say that's for you guys to go and explore. I have not explored that or deeply dug into it.
Okay.
But the Moses and everything that he does is an example of what's going to happen towards the end. So we need.
Might I say something about your point of being potentially 7? We know that's a divine number of creation, and 7ing yourself is the Sabbath and the oath. And maybe there's importance in the number 7 because, again, he's not saying it 1, 2, 3 times. He's saying it 7 times, which is like etched in stone. as a command. I'll leave it at that.
There's definitely a reason why he did 7. Why not just do 1? But yeah, like again, I've done a lot of research on some of these things. This is not one of the areas I've done a lot of research on. Tom.
One of the things I get from it, I'm not exactly sure this way you're going, but Moses' reluctance, Moshe's reluctance tells me that he's a fit leader because he doesn't want to be the leader. Most people, the best leaders are generally the ones who don't want to lead. They don't want to have power over people. I think this is why we see him leave Egypt. He doesn't. He could have been a big shot in Egypt, but he doesn't want to be pushing people around.
He was, according to some sources, he was a general and conquered southern, or not southern.
Well, the Torah doesn't say that.
I know the Torah doesn't say that.
The Torah shows me someone who left all of that, and was actually willing to risk all of that just to protect a beaten down servant. He actually killed an Egyptian to protect a beaten down servant, and his reluctance here shows me, from what I, generally the people who are first in line, oh yeah, they just like to be president, you know what I mean? They're generally not the best suited for the job. That's just my experiences in life, and
I agree.
I think that's being expressed here by Moshe's reluctance. I would also
I don't think he knew how big a job he was stepping into at the time.
Well, that too, but I would also make an argument that he wasn't fluent in Hebrew.
Why?
Well, because he was raised in the Egyptian palace. He probably knew a little Hebrew. And then he spent another 40 years over in Midian. And then over here, where he says he's slow of tongue, slow of speech, and slow of tongue. If you search those Hebrew words, slow of tongue, I'm talking about the Hebrew. It brings you. They're only used together again in Ezekiel chapter 3, verse 5, and in that chapter of Ezekiel, he's being told to go to the house of Israel, not to a people that would not understand his language, but he was sending them to a people who would understand his language. And it's the same words. I'm sorry.
I'm going to contend with you on that, because the Hebrew language, from the experts that I've been listening to, not recently but in past years, was just being, they think that it was just being developed at this time, at the time of Joseph, into a written language. And you, Tom, you know this better than I do, that the Hebrew letters, the Hebrew words, the poetry, the chiastic structure of all 5 books, by a guy who didn't know Hebrew, would be virtually impossible to put down on pen and paper, even if he couldn't talk. So I would say that he didn't know Hebrew, but Jehovah's guiding him in what to say.
It could have been. Well, I'm just pointing out. Okay, if you search through, if you want to show, I'll show my screen. But if you search the word slow, which is kavod, right? 035 Hebrew 3515, and you search that together with.
Hang on, Tom. You're way ahead of us here. Chamber's giving you a screen share.
Oh, okay. I'm just pointing out something that it shows. I don't screen share. I don't.
Yeah, it should work now because you're co-host now.
I see. Okay, there you go. Let's see. How about this is where I am over here. Okay, does that working? Can you see that?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. See if you notice here, right? These 2 words together, 03515 and 03956. This is where it says, where Moshe says that he's slow of speech, right? He's slow of speech and slow of tongue, right? And then
Okay.
when it's only these two words are only found together in Ezekiel 3, 5, and 6. And in that over there, if you look on the left here, for thou art not sent to a people of a strange speech and of a hard language, but to the house of Israel. Not to many people of a strange speech and a hard language, whose words you can't understand. Surely, had I sent you to them, they would listen to you. So I think, he's making the point. Look, I'm not sending you someone who doesn't understand your language, much like I did with Moshe. And then think about it. So then he says, okay, well, what about Aaron? He speaks well, right? Well, sure, yeah, of course he would. He would know. He be very fluent in Hebrew. And I think to me, it goes to show, you say, oh, well, it proves that Moses didn't write the Torah. For me, it proves that Jehovah wrote the Torah. You see what I'm saying? Anybody could have wrote the Torah because Jehovah was right. Jehovah's the author. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay.
That's me. That's me. I'm not saying it's right. But what I do know is these are the only places you'll find those two words together.
Okay.
So make of it what you will. Stop
Thank
sharing.
you. Linda, go ahead.
I just wanted to comment, and Tom referenced it. He spent 40 years in the desert, and I would hope that if he were confident back when he, killed the Egyptian and fled, certainly in the 40 years after that, he's had quite a bit of time to reflect and learn some things.
Okay. I'm not sure what the point is you're making.
It had to do with your original question, but I forget what your original question was. Now,
Okay. I don't remember what I asked. I'm going to move on to Somber, though.
Okay, but Sombra's bringing one of those doozy of a questions.
Okay, go ahead.
This is one of those things that in my Wednesday group with the less scripture studies for the kingdom class that we're doing, I've brought up. It's this concept of speaking in tongues. And this word lashon has just been brought up by Tom and is in the chat with, I think it was Shane that posted it. I would like to talk about when Paul says, I speak in tongues more than any of you all. And the interpretation that we have in our modern understanding is that this speaking in tongues it's not prophecy, because prophecy is already talked about when we're talking about the gift of the gift of tongues, the gift of prophecy, and the gift of healing. So there's three separate things. So there is something about this gift of tongues that Paul says, I speak in tongues more than any of you all. And my question is, what does tongues mean in the Old Testament before it got this idea in the New Testament that it was some kind of
Heavenly speech.
well, it says the word babbler, bay, evil speaker, language, talker, tongues, wedge.
So what I understand to be speaking in tongues is speaking in Spanish or Chinese or Greek or Aramaic or Hebrew and English. I am now, if I could do that, I would be speaking in tongues.
I second that motion.
Okay.
If you're going to speak in Babel, then you're an idiot and nobody can understand you. And the only person that pretends they understand you is the one that's trying to interpret your baloney. And that doesn't, why would God have to speak through you in a language nobody can understand and call it the holy language? That's just BS.
You can't be the sole interpreter of a word, right? It
Okay.
has to be understood by another that can be conveyed to the masses. And so if it's something that no one knows, Paul says it. He says, shut up.
Yeah.
That's all. Just shut
What
up.
value? What value is it?
If you read Acts, the number of languages that were there were from all the different places that Israel had gone to after the captivity. In Turkey, whole Turkey area in southern France, those were different groups of Israelites who came back to keep the feast of Shavuot, and they spoke different dialects of a language.
Right,
Those are the different tongues. We all heard it in our native tongue.
right. And so I would be in agreement with that. And when we talk about restoring tongues, I understand we're going to be restored to all speaking and understanding Hebrew so that we understand the deep meaning of the language. And somebody, and even Glenn said it, it's a spiritual language. Now, I understand that there are times when there are things that I need to pray for, but I don't know how to put it into words. And for me, it comes out in the form of tears. That's just something that when I can't express it, it comes out in tears. But in my group, they were saying that when they can't express something, it comes out in this form of this speaking in tongues / babble, which you just poo-pooed, Joe, and honestly, I poo-poo it too. My question is there any evidence in the Torah or in the Old Testament where we have somebody who is speaking in this other tongues in prayer in any way? Do we have any evidence of that?
I am not aware of it.
What about Saul when he's lying naked prophesying, and the other? I wonder about that. What's going on there? King Saul, I'm talking about.
Okay,
No.
is that when he went and asked the witch of Endor to bring up Samuel? I mean,
No,
is there
no,
anything
no,
good there?
no. The
Okay.
Spirit of Jehovah came on him. The Spirit of Jehovah came on him. Let me see. Prophets. If you search prophets, that's the easiest way for me to find it. In 1 Samuel 10:5.
Share it if you've got it. Press the share
Oh.
button again.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see. I'll be using my eSword this time.
Yeah.
I use. It depends what I'm searching, what I use. Okay, here we go. Here in Prophets 10:10, and they came there to the hill and saw a group of prophets to meet him, and the Spirit of Elohim came upon him, and he prophesied in their midst. This is Saul. And it came to be all who knew him formerly looked and saw what was so the people said to one of them, what is this that has come upon the son of Kish, Saul, also among the prophets? Now it doesn't say that he was speaking Babel, though. It does not say that. But
So
then
they understood that he was prophesying.
right, but it does say is Shaul among the prophets? It was a proverb in Israel, you know.
Yeah.
But what's interesting is it's repeated later here in Samuel, and again we see the same. And he also stripped off his garments and prophesied before Shmuel and lay down naked all that day and all that night. Therefore, they say, is Shaul also among the prophets? So I don't know. This
does not support speaking in Babel or any of that.
right. This would be the only place that I would say maybe. That's what I was trying
I
to.
would not even say maybe. He's speaking. They understand what he's saying, but he's speaking of prophecies and he's lying naked. And okay, that's a little bit strange. But they don't say that they don't
Yeah.
understand the gibberish.
Yeah, but naked in those days is anything above the knee, showing anything above the knee. Of course, if you got real short pants, you could be considered naked, like King David was in his shorts, running around dancing around the ark. So there's definitions. Words have meanings, and same thing with the word prophet, prophesy. We know that means that he's speaking Torah, basically.
Speaking Torah, that's what prophecy is. It's not speaking gibberish. You're speaking
Exactly.
what people understand. A messenger has to convey a message that the people understand, not somebody that your buddy in the corner that can interpret what you're saying. That's just, I don't have any patience for that. I'm sorry. That's just, that goes into the same category as my other stuff that I don't have any patience for.
Okay, well, I just want to say I don't either. I just thought if there's any place, it would be there. That's all I was saying. Because she asked
Okay.
the question.
Ella,
Yeah, just
another
thought.
subject I want to get to. Ella, go ahead.
Okay. That at Pentecost or when they were in the upper room, it was only the disciples who were teaching and speaking, and they were not learned in other languages. So as they were speaking, whatever, then those multitude of people who were there's only 120 in the room, they were hearing in their own language. So it was the disciples speaking that, so it wasn't a learned language.
They were
And I have
speaking in
read,
languages that were understood by other people.
yeah, it was understood. But they weren't learned. They would not have been speaking in other languages. You know, I've
But they
seen
were
reports.
speaking in languages that were understood by other people. They were not speaking in gibberish that nobody could understand.
Well, it was in their language. And I don't know, it wasn't there.
That's
But
what I'm saying.
I've
It's
read,
language that people understand.
I've seen studies where they have taken and, I guess connected to people's brains or whatever when they were speaking in tongues and showed that it came from a different part of the brain that was not in that part where we are speaking in our native language. Anyway, I think it's a real thing. Not gibberish. It's not gibberish. It's from the spirit. And it gives people the ability to speak a language they haven't heard.
If I was to speak Russian here today in this whole sermon, would that benefit any of you?
If there was somebody here to interpret it that
No,
could speak
you don't
Russian.
need an
But
interpreter.
that's
But I don't
exactly
think
the
the Father
point.
would cause you. I don't think the Father would cause you to speak Russian if there's nobody here that knew Russian.
I don't need the Father to cause me to speak Russian. I just choose to speak it. Would it
Yeah.
benefit you if I was prophesying in Russian?
No, not directly. No.
Exactly. So speaking in tongues that nobody understands does not profit anybody, which is what Paul said. If you don't have someone to interpret what you're saying, shut up.
So then why do you when he says I speak in tongues more than all of you? So what
Paul
was he
spoke
saying?
many
Languages.
He was in Spain. He was in
Yeah.
Gaul. He was in Turkey. He went to all these places where they spoke different languages.
And
I
wouldn't he
speak
have
a
said
little
I
bit of
speak in
Hebrew, I
other
speak a little bit of
languages?
Tagalog, I speak a little bit of French and a little bit of Spanish. But I don't speak it fluently to use it, but
Yeah.
I speak many tongues when I need to. I can learn a language if I had to. It's not speaking gibberish.
Maybe the term
I
language.
I don't want to go down this road here. We got a lot of stuff in Exodus to talk about,
Okay.
right? And there's some good stuff here. So let's not get sidetracked here. Thank you, Sambra. Yeah,
Sorry,
go ahead.
Tom brought
Can I-
it up. It's not my fault.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
you
I'm
asked
on-
the question.
While I'm on here, can I ask
Go
a
ahead.
question?
Oh, I just want to share, if I may, there was an incident years ago of three friends. So one of them is my very good friend. They actually went to see somebody going house to house and actually just sharing the gospel. And then they came upon this guy who doesn't know how to speak English, just Spanish. So the other two guys just backed off and left one guy talking to this other guy in Spanish. And after that, everybody was okay. Everybody was happy. They left and they started talking. And then my friend asked, I didn't know you didn't know how to speak Spanish. And the other guy said, I didn't speak Spanish. No, we heard you. The two guys started telling him, we heard you speak Spanish. You were talking to him in Spanish. I don't know Spanish. That's what he said.
Wow.
And that was like a story that he's been telling everybody. That's why when you said, and I agree with you, when somebody says gibberish type and nobody seems to understand, I believe that's just gibberish.
Yeah.
So just want to share that.
Story that story that you tell, that would be a miracle that would be Acts related, and I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to Exodus, and we have in verse 24. No, hang on. Oh, yeah, before that, verse 22. And you shall say to Pharaoh, thus says Jehovah, Israel is my son, my firstborn. There's a huge clue right there as to what is happening right now. And I say to you, let my son go, that he may serve me. And if you refuse to let him go, behold, I'm going to kill your son, your firstborn. This is before Moses has even left Midian. He's being told that the firstborn of Egypt are going to die. What do you say about that? Like, this is, you think that the 10th plague, it was going to be the big surprise, but Moses knew about it before it even came. No comments? I think that's huge. He just told Moses that Israel is his firstborn. What does that mean? Why is Israel his firstborn?
Well, because the first nation that he would work with specifically on a face-to-face basis. He gives them the covenant, and similar to, and I don't think it's coincidental that the first of the nations, according to Torah, is Amalek, right? But they're not God's firstborn nation. Just like Esau may have been the first who came out of the womb, but Israel becomes the firstborn.
The firstborn inherits.
The firstborn of what?
Inherits the
Birthright.
The birthright. Okay, so what, that both answers are very good, thank you. But what does this mean though? If Israel is the firstborn, what's that mean?
It means that they're going to have to emulate their father and be an example to the rest of the nations.
Yes, that's true.
The firstborn is the closest to the parent. They're like they're the connection between the parent and the rest of the siblings.
Is there other born? Is there second, third, and fourth born here?
Isn't this refer to the priesthood? Melchizedek, firstborn priesthood?
I don't know. I don't think so, Glenn, but would it?
I would say so.
You would say so?
Well, yeah, before the Levitical priesthood, yeah, because remember that the firstborns were going to be the priests, and the Levites were chosen instead of the firstborns.
Jehovah says Israel, all of Israel is going to be his firstborn.
Right, but it started with Abraham through Isaac, through Jacob, and its progeny came to become a full nation.
Can somebody look up and see if he called anyone before this his firstborn?
What does it mean for Yeshua to be his begotten son?
What do you mean? I don't know what you mean, Ella.
Be the firstborn of all
he
creation.
says, right.
Firstborn
He
of
said
all
he
creation.
chose him. He's his begotten. He didn't create him like he did man.
But did he call Abraham, Isaac, or Jacob his firstborn?
I don't think so.
And did he call the Joseph or any of the 12 brothers his firstborn?
No, I don't think so.
Is this the first time Jehovah's calling anybody his firstborn?
I think so, yes.
Can somebody double
What
check
about
that?
Adam?
Yes, beside that.
Okay, besides
But I don't
Adam.
think he refers to him as
No, he
that.
doesn't, yeah. But he's talking to a nation here. He's not talking to an individual.
That's
He's talking
right.
about Israel. And
Is
if
this the first one that he's called his firstborn, Tom? And you've got your like I'm handicapped here where I'm at now. So can somebody check that firstborn? Check it first usage in the Bible. Not firstborn of your family. Firstborn, as Tom said, as a nation.
well, if you notice in if you look on the chat in Numbers where Balaam is prophesying, he's looking upon Israel. He says he calls Amalek the first of the nations was Amalek. Now we know Amalek was of Esau, right? And Amalek is the mortal enemy, right? They're of Israel, right? They're the first ones to attack them when they come out of Egypt, right? Right after they receive the manna. Amalek is the evil empire, so to speak, like Edom. So, okay.
This is also a false prophet saying this.
That's me.
Well,
okay, that's okay. Oh, you're talking about Balaam. Okay, well, that's fine too. But you think, but the point that's being made is consistent with the scripture. Just like Ishmael did not receive the birthright and Esau did not receive the birthright, neither did Amalek, the first of the nations, receive the birthright. Israel received the birthright.
Well, God referred to Ephraim as his firstborn, Jeremiah 31:9.
Right, and that would become that's in after Israel becomes Ephraim. Correct. Yeah.
After this first time that we're talking about now, right?
Right. But Israel is the firstborn nation, and they come out of Egypt as a nation. Egypt is the womb. That's how
you say Egypt is the womb. Is that what you said?
Absolutely. Yep. They squeezed them out, just like they squeezed out of a womb. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Danny, go ahead.
I just want to say that he uses metaphors a lot. In fact, not only is Israel his firstborn, Ephraim is his firstborn. That's in Jeremiah 31 verse 9. So
that's what Ella just said. So that's later. I'm looking for, is there any other indication before now? Because there's something that no one's touched on this yet. So have you got something before what we just read here in Exodus 4?
In Genesis 10:15, Genesis 43:33.
What does that say there, Rod?
Canaan became the father of Sidon, the firstborn, and Heath.
Okay, so those are individuals. Have you got a nation?
That was saying Canaan generates Sidon. It was Canaan's firstborn was Sidon.
Okay,
It
but
wasn't saying it was God's firstborn.
People. These are individual people. Do we have?
You have to look first at the microscopic before you look at a macroscopic, right? So we've got this concept of firstborn.
But Jehovah is speaking of Israel, his firstborn, and he's telling Pharaoh, a nation, a king of a nation, these people that you have enslaved are my firstborn.
Okay, but before you look at it as a nation, you have to look at it on the individual level, because God created him. The whole purpose of creating the universe was so that he could give Adam and Eve a place to live so that they could be his bride. And then from Adam and Eve,
anyone else a firstborn.
I'm sorry?
Jehovah never said anyone else was a firstborn. It may be individuals, but not a nation.
Yes, I know, but the whole point of the fact that...
No, that's the whole point of the question. What other nation is Jehovah called firstborn?
There is no other nation that Jehovah has called firstborn. Only Israel.
Then now let me ask my second question. Who is the second and thirdborn of Jehovah?
Does it matter?
Yes.
Okay, so then I'm going to jump to the whole thing that you gave about the Philistines or the Palestinians in your newsletter a week and a bit ago. You were talking about Moab and Amalek and all those.
Well, Ammon is going to be utterly destroyed. The Edomites are going to be utterly destroyed, so they won't be in it. But the Palestinians were, according to Zechariah 9, but they're not a nation. They're going to be absorbed into Judah. So is there possibility? So what other nation could be his secondborn?
So there's
What I'm
Jacob and Esau. So are you saying that the descendants of Esau?
No, Esau is going to be utterly destroyed. Obadiah says that.
Is it the descendants of Canaan?
It could be. But there's also one that we're told about. Actually, there's two. In, I want to say Isaiah,
Okay,
Egypt, and Assyria.
okay, let's go back to
I'm
the
not
search
saying
thing.
specifically that they are going to be the second born, but they are the two nations that are going to be coming in and be a triple party with Israel.
So I've
Israel
got in I've
and Egypt.
I've got in
Egypt.
1 Chronicles 3, verse 1. Now these were the sons of David, which were born unto him in Hebron, the firstborn Ammon, and Ahinoam of Jezreel, the second Daniel of Abigail, the Carmelitess.
So where did Daniel become a nation?
Well, I don't know. Never
Well,
heard
I've
of
been saying
Daniel
we're
of
fishing.
Abigail.
We're fishing on trying to find.
But
Look
you
at the
asked the
nation.
question, so I'm looking for it. The only
But you're
other
fishing
place
by
that
giving me
we've got
individuals.
The only other place that we've got the word second and born is in John 3, verse 4. We've got Nicodemus saith unto him, how can a man be born when he is old? Can he enter the second time into his mother's womb and be born? Those are the only two matches for the word second and born.
Step back from and look in the bigger picture here. If Israel is the firstborn, and we've given Israel 70 weeks, 70 Shabuah, Daniel 9, and in the 70th week, what is about to happen to them? The born again stuff that we talked about a few weeks ago, right? Shavuot 2033, Israel's going to be raised up, changed, twinkling of an eye. Who is the second born?
They're not second born, they're firstborns as well. So once
No, hang on. No, you're missing the point.
I'm resurrected
and
and I have a new
Assyria are
perfected
the
body, and in
second
the
born.
7th millennium, anybody who's born in that time and also comes into covenant, they're also firstborn.
Who is Egypt?
Egypt is second.
Who is
And
Assyria?
it's another one, exactly. Assyria and Egypt is coming out of this. They're together
so-
and united.
Who is China?
Yeah.
So the point I'm trying to get to is not, don't think narrowly, think broader. Look at the potential of all these nations. If Israel is his firstborn nation, then Egypt and the Arabs can be a secondborn nation, and the Germans and the Assyrians can be a second or thirdborn nation. After all, Assyria and Eber were twins. So what are we doing if we're only preaching to Israel? That's the point I'm trying to get to. Our message is not just for Israel. It's for all these other nations. The thing that I taught last week about the Palestinians, I hated that article. I just wanted to obliterate those people. Even being here now in the land and seeing what they're doing to the hostages that were freed today, I still want to wipe them out.
Okay, but look at the
But I know Jehovah's got a plan for them, and I need to adjust my thinking for that plan.
but look at the psalm that I read in the second part of the prayer that I did this morning, right? And
Yeah,
David
they're
did too.
plotting against them right now.
Yeah.
So again, we've got to get bigger than what we are. So now I'm all messed up my clock time here. I don't know what time it is. What time is it there, Sombra?
I have that it's 1:37, which means we're 2 hours into our service.
We're good. So let me move on. Now that you got thinking a little bit bigger, go to the next part here. And it happened, by the way, verse 24, in the inn, so they're at some inn, that Jehovah met him and sought to kill Moses. Why would Jehovah want to kill Moses? He just got him to do the job. He's on his way to do the job. Now Jehovah's coming out and he's about to kill him. What did Moses do?
I would argue. Okay, go on.
I was going to say
You're already going to argue with it. Go ahead.
he didn't fulfill part of what he had to do with regards to his son, with the requirement to circumcise on the 8th day. Obviously, he didn't do it. Zipporah came in and had to do it, or bingo, the sword was going to chop Moses' head off, and she stopped it. That's what I see.
Tom, are you going to say the same thing?
Well, I see the name Yahweh used differently than most. To me, Yahweh is being expressed through the people in the end. That he's talking to Hebrews in the end, and they're saying, "What are you, stupid? Who nobody's going to listen to you. Your own son's not even circumcised, and they were ready. They were ready to kill him." That's what I see, to be honest with you. That was they were expressed.
You mean
Yahweh,
the Israelites were ready to kill him because he didn't circumcise his son?
It's not just because he didn't circumcise his son. He is traveling on his way to the Hebrews to say, "I'm the Jehovah's told me to come to tell you to leave Egypt. It's time to leave Egypt. I'm the deliverer, and your own son's not even circumcised." Who do you think you are?
Yeah, but for the next 40 years after this event, nobody gets circumcised.
That's an interesting story, isn't it? Right?
Well, how did Zipporah know that circumcising the son was going to stop Jehovah's wrath?
Well, because Devorah, the Midianites, were part of the Abraham covenant who were circumcising their sons as well.
How did she know that was going to? That was the issue.
Okay, good question, because that's what I'm trying to get to. How do we know that's the issue? Because when you read this verse in Hebrew, and I don't read Hebrew, this is very confusing. There's a number of different explanations for this. Sarkis has the answer.
Maybe it's a different perspective. If you look at the context, previous chapter, Moses was afraid. That's why he left Egypt. And it has to do with the fear of man versus the fear of God. And God was putting the fear of God in him because he was going to be afraid to go
Afraid of what?
going to Egypt. He was afraid.
Well, what's that got to do with his son not being circumcised?
Well, wait a minute. I'm going to separate that for a second. And that was given as a mean to show a sign that you are protected under my covenant, but I will still kill you if you don't obey me. The concept here is, Yeshua tells us, let me give you some verses from the Gospels to explain this better. I may not be as good in explaining it. In Matthew 10, says, "Fear not them that which kill the body, but are not able to kill the soul, but rather fear him which is able to destroy both soul and body in hell." And repeats that in Luke chapter 12 as well. And I've been studying this week about this, and because there's a subject of fear. Most people are afraid, including me, and I have to overcome some of that fear. And Moses ran away from Egypt because he was threatened to be killed by Pharaoh. So I'm looking at the context of that, we have to, you can't just avoid that subject. And for him to go back, he's going to be afraid that he will be arrested and killed, and he will not be able to stand up and fight and do the bidding of God. And so here God is putting the fear of God in him, say, I can kill you, so you better do what my bidding, and don't you be afraid of anybody. And this is my perspective. Now, in terms of relating to the blood of his circumcision, I have a couple of questions. The Midianites are descendants of Abraham. They circumcised. Even up to today, they circumcised their children. Why do you think his children were not Midianite? I mean, I have a question on that. His father-in-law is the priest of the Midian. Okay, so another question is if he, an Israelite, he should have it. Something is not right, but it happened. But it's a reminder that he is under protection of the covenant of Jehovah because of the Abrahamic covenant. But at the same time, you gotta
Hang
have
on.
the
The
fear of God in
Abrahamic
him.
covenant? The
What?
Abraham covenant that Trump just made, is that what you're talking about?
No, that is another subject. But for this point here, is reminding him of Abrahamic covenant of the circumcision, and that he's protected and not to be afraid of going there. But if he doesn't obey, he will kill him. That's my perspective.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Tom. Tom, why is Jehovah going to kill Abraham because he hasn't circumcised his son?
Okay, now this is just the way I read the Torah. The like you brought this, it was brought up last week when the three mortal men met Abraham, and Jehovah spoke through those three mortal men, and Abraham recognized the voice of Jehovah coming through.
Well, hang on. One of them was
Jehovah. One was
Jehovah,
speaking first person. One is recorded speaking first person as Jehovah, but
Yeah.
he wasn't. It was a man, and Jehovah was speaking through him, and Abraham recognized it, and he he even showed signs. He said he showed what was going to happen to Sodom, and sure enough, it did happen, just like a prophet does, and that gave Abraham more confidence that sure enough, his 90-year-old wife was indeed going to get pregnant. Now, I know this is strange to a lot of people the way I'm speaking right now, but this is the way I understand the word Jehovah. Jehovah is used, God works through people. You look for signs, you recognize that God can speak through people, right? I know this, and I believe that's what the Torah is expressing there. It's making a specific point of saying three men. And Abraham.
But why is he not in Abraham? But why is he going to kill Moses?
I just needed to make that point. Now, in here, it's just one verse, and it came to be in the way he's in a lodging place that Jehovah meets and seeks to kill him. Now, wait a minute. This makes no sense, right? God just told him to go to Egypt. Now he's going to kill him? Why? Because he didn't circumcise. Well, why didn't he tell him to circumcise his son already? So what I hear going on here is similar to Shechem. What happened at Shechem? These are people who knew Yahweh, who knew Yahweh's will, who knew about circumcision, and they were ready to kill him because he's claiming to be a messenger of God, and his own son's not even circumcised. So Zipporah circumcises the son. That I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that's the only way I can make sense out of this, because if not, then Jehovah's can't make up his mind. And I don't see that at all. I see Jehovah.
But hang on, Jehovah made a covenant with Abraham, and he wasn't circumcised.
Right.
And he made that covenant before Ishmael was born. And Ishmael, 13 years later, is circumcised. So it's almost, I mean, it's 13.
You're missing my point, though.
It's 18 years after the covenant with Abraham before Abraham gets circumcised.
These are human beings at the inn who believe they're doing Yahweh's will. Just like Shechem, Levi, and Simeon, what they were doing.
You're saying there's human beings at the inn that are going to kill him? That doesn't say that.
It says Yahweh met him and sought to kill him.
Yeah, but that's Jehovah, not human beings. You're saying, so what you're trying to say is that Jehovah appeared to Abram in a human form, and that Jehovah.
No, that's not what I said at all.
Form?
No, that's not what I said. What I said was God spoke through a human, like he does.
Okay. So you're saying these are human beings about to kill him by Jehovah's will?
A lodging place. It's a hotel, and it's got a bar, and it's like and these people think just like at Shechem, Simeon and Levi. I assume they thought they were doing Jehovah's will. They were acting on Jehovah's behalf, and so too these people here. That's what I see. I don't, because like I say, it doesn't make sense that it's the God who just told him to go. Now he's going to try to kill him.
So, okay, so it does not make sense. That's why I'm bringing it up. It's a complicated subject here.
Right.
Is
He's
it
outside the covenant.
Pardon me?
He's outside the covenant. He's trying
Abraham
to
is?
fulfill. He's trying to fulfill God's will, yet he hasn't completed the covenant in full with the Abrahamic covenant with circumcising his son on the 8th day. Now, Zipporah
But
knew this.
Abraham, hang on, but Glenn, Abraham was
God already knew.
13, 10 years, 23 years, 18 years before he got circumcised after the covenant was made with him.
The point is, Abraham was told that his sons were to be circumcised on the 8th day. It's to be a forever covenant with the people. And later on, Moses, Zipporah knows this, and now she's like, you're a bloody whatever. She took care of it. She's waiting for him to do it all these years, and he didn't do
But
it.
if it's that important for circumcision, why did none of the Israelites get circumcised during the 40 years of wandering in the wilderness?
Well, they took care of that when they went into the land. So why is that? That's up to Jehovah and why he didn't do that. But I believe that's another subject.
No, it's a part of the same subject. If he can wait 40 years to circumcise all of Israel, his firstborn nation, then why does he have to have Moses circumcise his son right now, or you're going to die today?
Because this is the beginning of the next phase. Like you said, when did it start? The start of the coming of going after his people. Right there. Go and get my people. That's the first move. He is heading towards Egypt, and he should have been fully convicted in covenant with Jehovah right at that moment, because now he's going to fulfill the rest of Yah's will. So I think that's a very opportune moment to be in line with all of his covenant, and he wasn't. So now, as soon as he is done, now he can move on and continue with the will of God. That's what I see. It's the beginning of this, what did you call it?
Nation.
Say again?
Nation.
Well, yes, the beginning of the nation. Exactly. That's the firstborn of the nation. They are the firstborn. Now, what do you do when you're firstborn? With the 8th day, you circumcise. Okay. I think there's something there. He's taking a person's covenant, personal covenant with the circumcision on the 8th day. He's doing the same thing with the nation. He's saying, bam, this starts here. You are becoming a nation. Now, you got to fulfill it personally and nationally eventually.
Does Moses' son represent Israel and Moses represent Jehovah?
I would say yes.
Okay. Sarkis?
So we had this discussion last night. My wife gave her input, so I'm going to share her input. Moses represents, Yeshua is a type of Moses. And when it says, thou art a husband, a bloody husband, it took the blood of the Messiah to bring salvation to the world. And so it's a prophecy about the Messiah. And it's related to what the Messiah is going to go through. He's going to die for us, for the world.
And he's the husband to die.
And he's the bridegroom. And I can agree with her on this.
Are you saying that the foreskin is representing Yeshua?
I don't know about that part.
It's the blood covenant.
The blood is just it's the covenant, the circumcision covenant, but at the same time, it's the blood that puts on his feet, and you can see it's the whole concept of it is the bridegroom, and it's a type of a Messiah, and so from that perspective, I see it's a foreshadowing of what the Messiah has to go through to bring his people out at the end of the 6th millennium. It's representing bringing the people back into the land, and that's what Moses is doing. He's bringing the people out of captivity into freedom, into the land that that Jehovah was giving to them. So it's in just 4 verses here. is just foreshadowing the Messiah that is coming. And everybody needs to pay attention here, since Yeshua the Messiah is a foreshadow of Moses, is a type of Moses.
Okay, so
And so you have to look at bloody husband. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
And there's several things going on here. Verse 23, I say unto you, let my son go, that he may serve me. And if thou refuse, let him go. Behold, I will slay thy son, even thy firstborn. And it came to pass by the way in the inn that the Lord met him and sought to kill him. Question here is, he's going to get the people out of the land. And what is Yeshua is going to do at the end of the 6th millennium? I mean, less than 10 years. You're looking at it, he's going to come to rescue us from the enemy. And here is a type of Moses who has died for us. And he's coming with the robe full of blood. I mean, it's red. So you're looking at, he's going to be doing, so I would go back and read Revelation chapter 19. When he comes and destroys them, he captures the false prophet and the beast and throws them into. So when he's coming, his robe is full of blood and red. And this is something you can build a whole chapter on, a study on it, and show that this is what the Messiah is going to be doing.
That's why I'm sort of singling this out. There's a lot of stuff here.
Mm-hmm. So I'll let you build on it.
Thank you, sir. Danny, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to point out that it is important for the circumcision to happen, especially since he made it a point, or he said that in Genesis 17:14, any uncircumcised male who is not circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin shall be cut off from his people. He has broken my covenant. So they have to sign the agreement that they are going to be part of that covenant that was given to Abraham. So with Moses, with his son, not doing it, that he's going to be basically be cut off. That which also brings a question to myself. It was Moses actually circumcised. Why was he being told that he's going to be killed? That is a question that just came up to me because of this incident.
Well,
I would assume he was
circumcised because he was born of a Levitical father and mother.
Okay, that's good, but yeah, but his son wasn't circumcised, and
he's not fulfilling the outer manifestation of the inner conviction to circumcise his son on the 8th day, and he has to do it being representative of Jehovah, like we just discussed. And it's like Sarkis says, it's representative of Yeshua being the husband or bridegroom. It's a shadow. It fits perfectly.
So,
and if if Moses doesn't convict himself through the entire requirement of the covenant, he can't be representative. And that's why it has to be fulfilled.
Let's look at this whole story, given that Moses is an import to the Midianites. When we have people that come into our community, we want the people to come in and adopt our way. Why? Because they're the interloper. They're the sojourner, the foreigner that is sojourning with us. Moses is going in to be with the Midianites. Moses may have wanted his sons to be circumcised, but his wife was a Midianite princess, or the daughter of the high priest. She's going to want to raise her son according to the Midianite customs.
But the Midianite custom was to circumcise because they are descendants of Abraham.
Exactly.
Oh, okay, but don't they circumcise at 13?
They do today. I don't know about then.
Well, Ishmael was only circumcised at 13, so maybe that was their custom.
Okay.
Okay. So these boys, Gershom and I can't remember the other boy's name, maybe they were under 13. But again, we have to understand that there's a cultural element to things. And when you choose to enter into a marriage covenant with somebody who's not equally yoked with you and you produce children, chances are you're not going to get to raise the children according to your customs, especially if you're living in a society that's not according to your customs. And this is a warning to everybody who has children that are yet to be married. And this is a warning to my children who aren't listening today. But if you're going to marry somebody who's not walking in Torah, you can't assume that your children are going to be raised in Torah. And it's very sad, but the evidence is overwhelmingly there. If you are not walking Torah observant, if you're walking Torah observant and your spouse isn't, the chances of you raising your kids Torah observant, slim to none. Eliezer and Gershom.
Thank you. James, go ahead.
Hey, Joe, this was the point that I wanted to make last time also, because when I read chapter 3 and 4, it's a whole part. And I think to answer your question,
I'm sorry,
why
James, can you back away from your mic a little bit? Because I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Okay. Is this better?
Okay, try it. Go ahead.
So this is the same point I wanted to make last time also. And when I read this whole chapter from 3rd to 4th, and to answer your question, why did God want to kill him or put him to death? The answer is the place, the lodging place. Verse 24. Now we're talking about verse 24. So
the plague, verse 24?
Yeah, the lodging place or the place.
Oh, the lodging place. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So my understanding is it has nothing to do with circumcision, as you guys were talking about it, because this was an act of his wife, or something to do after that. But right before that, I think it's the recognition that Moses did not give God or the person that he was talking to, or the bush, or the fire. It was God himself. So I think God is so particular about his place or his, that's the reason I was talking or putting in chat that, even in the religions that are around me, people do that knowingly or unknowingly, where they treat their God as holy. So, in order to do that, they remove the shoes and all that or whatnot. But the point here is, God is considering this location because we see Moses departing from this place and going to his father-in-law Jethro and coming back with his wife and kids. And on the way, it says, verse 21, the Lord said to Moses, or he was talking to Moses, verse 19, I'm sorry. He was coming back from where his place were. So I think it was to do about, an outsider, his wife and son, coming into the place where it was most holy or holy place. And I think even now, it's kind of a nobody goes into that place except who God calls or invites them to. So it's kind of the place and nothing to do about circumcision. That's my take on that.
But okay, so then, but if it's got only the place and nothing to do with circumcision, then why is the very next verse about the Zipporah taking and circumcising the foreskin and throwing it at his feet and calling him a bloody husband? And then she goes on.
That's her interpretation. Maybe according to her upbringing, like Abraham's covenant, maybe she was thinking, oh, it has to do something with that. Maybe it's her upbringing as a high
But in verse,
priestess daughter.
but in verse 26, she says again, so he let him go. Then she said, Zipporah said, you are a bloody husband because of the circumcision. Okay, so it's not just the place that they're living in or that they're going to get a temporary residence in or a hotel. It's got everything to do with the circumcision because now Jehovah says, I'm going to let you go. Right?
I think there's two different events is what I'm seeing right now because God talking to Moses and it was not at that time with Zipporah probably, or Zipporah was overhearing God talking to Moses. I don't know what happened over there, but my thinking is, there is a lot of time difference that has happened and he wasn't taking things seriously. Moses had gone, so probably leaving from, Jabal Alaus or where Mount Sinai is, and he goes back to where Jethro was. So the distance and the time happens, he forgets or wasn't so serious. So God
Well, the
comes and
distance from Jabal Alaz to Midian or Al-Bad, where Jethro's house was, is
Mhm,
about a 4 hour walk. So it's not far enough that he would forget. It's not like he's walking days and months. It's just a
mhm.
4 hour walk.
But still, this is what I'm thinking, is what I'm saying. So, though he travels, he is in another place, and God reminds him. So, Moses is not really taking things seriously when he said something, and he had to do it right away. And by bringing his wife and sons, I don't know if God asked him to do that. So, you know what I'm saying? So, he
Okay.
brings in somebody else or his wife and sons.
Okay. We're all allowed to have our opinions on this. Anyone else got any comments on this chapter before we move on to the next one? Ella.
I've just got a question. How come when Moses said, he didn't want to speak, he wanted him to get anybody else to do it, and Aaron was told that Jehovah told Moses that Aaron would speak for him, and then in verse 30, Aaron is the one who told all the people what Jehovah had said to Moses. And then the next verse, I think it says that Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh. So can we assume there that Aaron was doing the talking all this time? And how come he gets no credit for his part in relaying to the people many times, I would think, what Jehovah had said to Moses? And
I,
Moses gave it to Aaron, but Aaron was the one who stuck himself out there and spoke the word of Jehovah.
I think Moses the one that wrote the book and that's the way he wrote it.
Yeah, it just seems kind of odd to me because Aaron was doing a lot of the talking and Moses didn't want to talk.
Maybe that you might be right in the beginning, but I think towards the end it's Moses doing most of the talking.
Yeah, I don't know. Just
Something
just
we
thought
can drill
about that.
down on as we read further, see who's doing all the talking as we continue in these chapters over the
Yeah,
next.
when verse 30, it says Aaron did the talking and he did perform the signs in front of them. Moses didn't. So you're
Yeah,
wondering, I just wondered, how much more of that was attributed to Moses telling the people did Aaron actually give to them?
so in the next chapters that we continue to read next week and the week after, let's make a note and see if we can spot this.
Yeah.
Starkeys.
Yeah, the other question you asked about being firstborn, and I think when you look at that word, it's related to Jehovah makes his decision, who is his firstborn. Just like Jacob chose who is to be his the next person that represents the family when he chose Judah to become the scepter bearer. So Jehovah being our father, the creator, he could choose who wants to choose to be his firstborn. It has nothing to do with the birthright or the birth order. Those are his choices, and I think it shows us that he doesn't pick people, he doesn't choose his people based on who they are. He chooses based on the heart and his plan of salvation.
Yeah, I was just trying to point out that there are other nations that
Yes.
are in the family plan that aren't
Mhm.
being recognized, and we need to start paying attention to some of that.
Yeah, oh, I'm in agreement with you on that. Yeah. But on the other hand, when you look at that this is a prophecy about the future, the future of the coming Messiah, um, the patterns of what Yeshua went versus what Moses went through is so almost so close, it's closely identical in terms of their birth and how he would be rejected.
Mhm.
And Moses was he survived, you know, uh, miraculously when and not killed when the order was to kill all male born children in Israel in Egypt. So and then he being rejected by his own people when he was 40 years old. So it's so I look at it as it's a prophecies of what's to come.
Yeah, and that's that's where we started off. How is
Yeah,
Moses related to these last days?
yeah.
So,
So thank you.
okay, Linda.
I'm not I'm maybe changing the subject, and if it needs to be at a different chapter, fine. But I know that I just was in one of these chapters surprised when God was speaking to Moses and he just said, "Oh, well, Aaron speaks well." And then eventually Aaron just comes to him. And I'm like, I guess I was under the impression that when Moses was in the desert for those 40 years, Midian, that he didn't have contact with um like Miriam and Aaron. But then now I'm starting to think, I mean, oh, Aaron goes to meet him, and it's like, well, then maybe my question is, did they have contact during those 40 years?
You raised an interesting point. It sounds like they must have, because how would Aaron know where to go unless Jehovah told him directly? But
Right.
also, Aaron would have been given a something by Jehovah to go and visit Moses at that time.
But
What
even
that
to know where to go, yeah, it had to be from Yehovah. Okay.
I think you got a good point. Yeah.
Verse 27, Joe, with
Pardon me?
answers. Verse 27.
Verse 27, yeah. What's to say? And Jehovah said to Aaron, go into the wilderness to meet Moses, and he went and met him in the mount of God and kissed him. So going into the wilderness is a vast area, but to go specifically to the Mount Sinai or Jebel Alaz is a specific place. So Jehovah must, that's what you're assuming, or I'm taking that Jehovah told me exactly where to go.
But is this the first time, or is this, have they been visiting all these 40 years?
It doesn't say that, so that would have to be an assumption. Verse
Yeah.
27 says Jehovah told them.
I was thinking maybe somebody here would know extra biblical, history or something, that there might have been contact before this, but it appears from biblical that it's the first. So
You can search the Talmud and tell us next week.
I have lots of things that I don't know if that's that important a question to me. But you're
Well,
right.
it's a viable question, and we don't know. So the only source that I know would be the rabbis in the Talmud who go extra biblical, or Rabbi David Foreman might mention it. He does some really good teachings, but
Yeah, listen
other
to
than
him.
that, it's just pure speculation.
Yes, definitely. Thank you.
Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, and the question for me would be, how did Jehovah tell him, right? So Did he knock on his door? Hey, Moses, Aaron, go visit Moses, or did it come through the people? You know, hey, where's Moses? He's talking to his sister. Hey, where's Moses? Well, we need to go find Moses. You know, he's been gone for a long time. And Aaron, and I think that's the way Jehovah works personally in my life, anyway. Especially
Yeah,
like if
but
I'm
he also
thinking,
could have come to him in a dream, or he could have
yeah,
just had a
right,
voice
exactly.
tell him, go.
Right, exactly. And if I'm thinking about, I'm thinking about buying a new house, and then not next thing you know, people are telling me, hey, you should buy a new house, and it's like, then maybe that's coming from Jehovah. I get the two witnesses. But anyway, going back to Exodus 4:15, and you shall speak to him and put the words in his mouth, right? And I am with your mouth and with his mouth. I shall teach you what to do. And he shall speak for you, Aaron shall speak for you, Moses, and it shall be that he will be a mouth for you, right? He's the human being through whom, and you, Moses, will be an Elohim for him, okay? So he's showing Moses a model of what I was trying to express earlier, how God can and does speak through people, and it's up to us to recognize when he is speaking to us. So here he's telling Moses exactly how he works.
But he's not speaking through people to Moses, he's speaking directly to Moses.
Right, and he's showing Moses the model, just like when Joseph and Joseph, do you interpret dreams? No, I don't interpret dreams. God does. Tell me your dream, and then
But
God speaks.
Jehovah says to Miriam, he said to Miriam, he talks to other people through dreams and visions, but to Moses, he speaks to him face to face.
Correct.
Right?
That's correct. I did not. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is Moses was the God, and Aaron is the human vessel through whom the God is speaking. That's the model that is being shown here. Just like when Joseph was interpreting dreams, Joseph was the vessel, and God was speaking through. Joseph didn't interpret the dream. God interpreted the dream, speaking through Joseph. Joseph was the vessel, just like Shem was a vessel that God spoke through.
So today we have, people look at me and they are in awe of the things I say or do, and they put me up on a pedestal. And I'm not saying everybody, but I'm saying some people, and they look at me as a god, which is what he's saying here. You could say that for Michael Rood, you could say that for Namigo. When I meet Namigo, and sometimes I'm in awe of the things that he says. And Keith Johnson, you could say the same thing. Any spiritual leader, people set them up on a pedestal. And sometimes it's out of respect, sometimes it's out of misplaced adoration, but they do that. Moses is going to become like a god to these people because of the things they're going to see him do, not realizing that it's Jehovah doing it through him. And that's what I see him. You shall be, I have another version that says, you shall be like a god to him. But it says in the modern King James, you shall be to him a small g God. So I can see that. It's not that he is God and not that he's doing all these miracles, but he will be perceived as this great man.
Well, the point is, Aaron is speaking Moses's words, just like Moses is speaking God's words, just like Joseph spoke God's words, just like Jesus spoke God's words. They're not my words, he said. The words I speak are from the Father.
Okay.
And that's just the way it works, because you can't hear God's voice. You can only hear it when it's spoken through some vessel.
So each of us, not just me, but all of us here are speaking God's words when we're quoting the Torah. When we're quoting the Torah.
Yep.
When we are interpreting the Torah, we are speaking our own words.
Often, most of the time.
So if we speak the Torah, then we are speaking Jehovah's words and acting as a vessel or a messenger for him.
Right.
But we got to stick to the Torah.
Yeah,
Okay. Yep.
I just think that's the way God works. God works through people. That's how I can
Okay.
hear God's voice.
Sarkis. I'll give you the last word, then we're going to go on to 1 Kings 8.
Yeah, this subject is very interesting because if you connect for future study in Exodus 7, he repeats it in a different form. And I just want to,
Repeat what?
in Exodus 7 says, And the Lord said unto Moses, See, I have made thee a god to Pharaoh, and Aaron thy brother shall be thy prophet. Thou shalt speak all that I command thee, and Aaron thy brother shall speak unto Pharaoh, that he send the children of Israel out of his land. So it's going to repeating in a different way of describing it, and it's setting a pattern for not only that's coming event, but it could be setting event for future, and that's something interesting to see the parallel there.
Well, yeah, of course it's going to be setting because, Moses is like one of those witnesses.
Yep.
So, the witnesses are going to be causing all kinds of chaos around the world by the things they're going to say and do, and the world's going to look at them as a God. You're right. There is that pattern here in Revelation.
Yep. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to 1 Kings chapter 8, and we got James going to read that for us. And just so everyone knows, James is in India, so it's very, very late there.
And the passage is longer too.
Yes.
Okay. Then Solomon assembled the elders of Israel and all the heads of the tribes, the princes of the father's house of the children of Israel, unto King Solomon in Jerusalem, to bring up the ark of the covenant of Jehovah out of the city of David, which is in Zion. And all the men of Israel assembled themselves unto King Solomon at the feast in the month of Ethanim, which is the 7th month. And all the elders of Israel came, and the priests took up the ark. And they brought up the ark of Jehovah, and the tent of meeting, and all the holy vessels that were in the tent. Even these did the priests and the Levites bring up. And King Solomon and all the congregation of Israel that were assembled unto him were with him before the ark, sacrificing sheep and oxen that could not be counted nor numbered for multitude. And the priests brought in the ark of the covenant of Jehovah unto its place, into the oracle of the house, to the most holy place, even under the wings of the cherubim. For the cherubim spread forth their wings over the place of the ark, and the cherubim covered the ark, and their staves therefore about. And the staves were so long that the ends of the staves were seen from the holy place before the oracle, but they were not seen without, and there they are until this day. There were nothing in the ark save the 2 tablets of stone which Moses put there at Horeb, when Jehovah made a covenant with the children of Israel, and they came out of the land of Egypt. And it came to pass, when the priests were to come out of the holy place, that the cloud filled the house of Jehovah, so that the priests could not stand to minister by reason of the cloud, for the glory of Jehovah filled the house of Jehovah. Then spoke Solomon, Jehovah has said that he would dwell in the thick darkness. I have surely built thee a house of habitation, a place for thee to dwell in forever. And the king turned his face about and blessed all the assembly of Israel. And all the assembly of Israel stood. And he said, Blessed be Jehovah, the God of Israel, who spoke with his mouth unto David, thy father, and hath with his hand fulfilled it, saying, Since the day that I brought forth my people, Israel, out of Egypt, I chose no city out of all the tribes of Israel to build a house, that my name might be there. But I chose David to be over my people Israel. Now it was in the heart of David, my father, to build a house for the name of Jehovah, the God of Israel. But Jehovah said unto David, my father, Whereas it was in thy heart to build a house for my name, thou didn't thou didst well that it was in thy heart. Nevertheless, thou shalt not build the house, but thy son that shall come forth out of thy loins, he shall build an house for my name. And Jehovah has established his word that he speaks. For I am risen up in the womb of David, my father, and sit on the throne of Israel, as Jehovah promised, and have built the house for the name of Jehovah, the God of Israel. And there I have set a place for the ark, wherein is the covenant of Jehovah, which he made with our fathers when he brought them out of the land of Egypt. And Solomon stood before the altar of Jehovah in the presence of all the assembly of Israel, and spread forth his hand toward heaven. And he said, O Jehovah, the God of Israel, there is no God like thee, in heaven above or on earth beneath, who keeps covenant and loving kindness with thy servants that walk before thee with all their heart. Who hast kept with thy servant David my father that which thou hast promised him. Yes, thou speak with thy mouth, and hast fulfilled it with thy hand, as it is this day. Now therefore, O Jehovah, the God of Israel, keep with thy servant David my father that which thou hast promised him, saying, There shall not fail thee a man in my sight to sit on the throne of Israel, if only thy children take heed on their way to walk before me as thou hast walked before me. Now therefore, O God of Israel, let thy word, I pray thee, be verified, which thou speakest unto thy servant David, my father. But would God in very deed dwell on the earth? Behold, heaven and the heavens of heavens cannot contain thee. How much less this house that I build? Yet thou hast respect unto the prayer of thy servant, and to his supplication, O Jehovah my God, to hearken unto the cry and to the prayer which thy servant prayed before thee this day, that thine eyes may be open towards this house night and day, even toward the place whereof thou hast said, My name shall be there, to hearken unto the prayer which thy servant shall pray toward this place. And hearken thou to the supplication of thy servant and of thy people Israel, when they pray toward this place. Yea, hear thou in heaven thy dwelling place, and where thou hearest forgive. If a man sin against his neighbor, and an oath be laid upon him to cause him to swear, and he come swear before thine altar in this house, then hear thou in heaven, and do and judge thy servant, condemning the wicked to bring his way upon his own head, and justifying the righteous to give him according to his righteousness. When thy people Israel are smitten down before the enemy, because they have sinned against thee, if they turn against thee and confess thy name, and pray and make supplication unto thee in this house, then hear thou in heaven, and forgive the sin of thy people, and bring them again unto the land which thou givest unto their fathers. When heaven is shut up, and there is no rain, because they have sinned against thee, if they pray towards this place and confess their name and turn from their sin, when thou dost afflict them, then hear thou in heaven and pay for the sin of thy servant and of thy father and of thy people Israel, when thou teachest them the good way wherein they should walk, and send rain upon thy land, which thou hast given to thy people for inheritance. If there be in the land famine, if there be pestilence, if there be blasting, mildew, locust, or caterpillar, if their enemy besiege them in the land of their cities, whatsoever plague, whatsoever sickness there be, what prayer and supplication soever be made by any man, by any by all thy people Israel, who shall know every man the plague of his own heart, and spread forth his hands towards this house, then thou here in heaven, thy dwelling place, and forgive, and do, and render unto every man according to all his ways, whose heart thou knowest, but thou, even thou only, knowest the heart of all the children of men, that they may fear thee all the days that they live in the land which you gave unto our fathers. Moreover, concerning the foreigners, that is not of thy people Israel, when he shall come out of a far country, for thy name's sake, for they shall hear of thy great name, and of thy mighty hand, and of thine outstretched arm, when he shall come and pray toward this house. Hear thou in the heaven thy dwelling place, and do according to all that the foreigner calleth to thee for, that all the peoples of the earth may know thy name, to fear thee, and do thy, and as doeth thy people Israel, and that they may know that this house which I have built is called by your name. If thy people go out to battle against their enemy, by whatsoever way thou shalt send them, and they pray unto Jehovah toward the city which thou hast chosen, and towards the house which I have built for thy name, then hear thou in heaven their prayer and their supplication, and maintain their cause. If they sin against thee, for there is no man that sinneth not, and thou be angry with them, and deliver them to the enemy, so that they carry them away captive unto the land of the enemy, far off or near. Yet if they shall bethink themselves in the land, whether they are carried captive, and turn again, and make supplication unto thee in the land of them that carry them captive, saying, We have sinned, and have done perversely, we have dealt wickedly. If they return unto thee with all their heart, and with all their soul in the land of their enemies, who carried them captive, and pray unto thee towards their land, which thou gavest unto their fathers, the city which thou hast chosen, and the house which I have built for thy name, then hear thou their prayer and supplication in heaven, thy dwelling place, and maintain their cause, and forgive thy people of sinned against all the transgression wherein they have transgressed against thee, and give them compassion before those who carried them captive, that they may have compassion on them. For they are the people, for they are thy people and thine inheritance, who thou broughtest forth out of Egypt, from the midst of furnace of fire, that thine eyes may be open unto the supplication of thy servant, and unto the supplication of thy people Israel, to hearken unto them, who whensoever they cry unto thee. But thou didst separate them from among all the peoples of the earth, to be thine inheritance, as thou speakest by Moses thy servant, and thou broughtest out our father out of Egypt, O Lord Jehovah. And it was so that when Solomon had made an end of praying all this prayer and supplication unto Jehovah, he arose from before the altar of Jehovah, from kneeling on his knees, with his hands spread forth toward heaven. And he stood and blessed all the assembly of Israel with a loud voice, saying, Blessed be Jehovah, that giveth rest unto his people Israel, according to all that he promised. There hath not failed one word of all his good promise, which he promised by Moses his servant. Jehovah our God be with us, and he was with our fathers. Let him not leave us nor forsake us, that we may incline our hearts unto him, to walk in all his ways, and to keep his commandments, and his statutes, and his ordinances, which he has commanded our fathers. And let these my words, wherewith I have made supplication before Jehovah, be nigh unto Jehovah our God day and night, that he maintain the cause of his servant, and the cause of his people is right, as every day shall reply. That all the peoples of the earth may know that Jehovah, He is God, and there is none else. Let your heart therefore be perfect with Jehovah our God, to walk in His statutes, and to keep His commandments, as at this day. And the king and all Israel with him offered sacrifices before Jehovah. And Solomon offered for the sacrifice of peace offering, which he offered unto Jehovah 220,000 oxen and 120,000 sheep. So the king and all the children of Israel dedicated the house of Jehovah. The same day did the king hallow the middle of the court that was before the house of Jehovah. For there he offered the burnt offering, and the meal offering, and the fat of the peace offering, because the brazen altar that was before Jehovah was too little to receive the burnt offering, and the meal offering, and the fat of the peace offering. So Solomon held the feast at that time in all Israel with him, a great assembly from the entrance of Mad unto the brook of Egypt, before Jehovah God, 7 days and 7 days, even 14 days. On the 8th day he sent the people away, and they blessed the king, and went unto their tents joyful and glad of heart for all the goodness that Jehovah had showed unto David, his servant, and to the people Israel.
Thank you, James. And now I would like to ask you all, what did James just read? What is this? This is 66 verses in this one chapter. It's one of the most important chapters in the Bible. I say that about a lot of chapters. It's one of the most important chapters. What is it that he just read? Sombra.
Okay, so what I heard was that they're talking about the dedication of the temple, which is the next rendering of a house for Jehovah. At first we have a tent, now we've got a physical temple. And so they're dedicating it. Now, if we read in number 7,
Want to read verse 63?
Verse 63. Solomon offered as peace offerings to Jehovah 22 oxen and 22,000 oxen and 120,000 sheep. So the king and all the people of Israel dedicated the house of Jehovah.
Read the last line again.
So the king and all the people of Israel dedicated the house of Jehovah.
Okay.
So my question is, why is there so many oxen and sheep?
Well, hang on. Before we get there, let's just focus on this one point. Let's not get diverted yet. What is this day about? It's the Feast of Dedication. What day did this take place on?
Last great day.
Tabernacles?
No,
Olive?
read verse 66. Sombra, you want to read 66?
Verse 66 says, on the 8th day, he sent the people away, and they blessed the king and went to their homes, joyful and glad of heart for all the goodness that Jehovah had shown to David, his servant, and to all his people Israel.
Now, just stop right there. Turn to John 10 and read verse 22.
At that time, the Feast of Dedication took place at Jerusalem. It was winter, and Jesus, Yeshua, was walking in the temple in the colonnade of Solomon. And so the Jews...
That's all you did read, just right there. So when is winter?
After the fall? After
First day
the
of
summer.
Sukkot. First day of Sukkot.
No, the first day of the Feast of Trumpets.
Trumpets, yes.
Day of the 7th month begins winter.
And because the word winter actually means wetter, right? It's the wetter
No.
season.
Well, there's only 2 seasons in Israel. There's the
Wetter
planting
season and the drier season.
Yeah, okay, the winter season or the wet season and the harvest season.
Right.
Right? There's only those 2. So we've got 4 seasons in North America, but they only have 2 here. And people don't understand that. Yeshua is at the Feast of Dedication. We've just read about the Feast of Dedication in Solomon. This is chapter 10. If you start in chapter 7.
But you can also read it in number 7.
Read what in number 7?
The dedication.
Number 7?
Number 7 is the dedication of the altar.
Are you talking Numbers, the book of Numbers?
The book of Numbers.
Okay, so hang on a second. If you start in John 7 and begin to read it right through to chapter 10 and 11, the whole 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11, those 5 chapters in John are talking about Sukkot. And then the 8th day and what is going on at that time. And the 8th day in John 10, verse 22, is the 8th day of Sukkot. It's not the Feast of Dedication in the 9th month on the 25th day, which Judah now keeps today, calling it Hanukkah. This feast that Yeshua is keeping, the Feast of Dedication, goes back to 1 Kings 8. Now in 1 Kings 8, what is happening? What happens when Solomon makes this dedication?
Jehovah strikes down and burns up the offering.
Where else does he do that? He did it for Elijah. He did it for Moses. Where else has he ever done that? And I think there's a couple other places. What is this telling you? Now, if you go to Chronicles, I believe it's First Chronicles, I don't know a chapter relating to this verse, Jehovah's presence, the Shekinah, fills the tabernacle, and it pushes all the priests out so they can no longer do their duties. Again, taking everything that I've now said, what is going on this day?
New beginning.
Okay, you're guessing, you're jumping ahead here, Glenn, and I because you know. But what is Jehovah doing?
They're celebrating Sukkot.
Sorry, Linda, say again?
Aren't they celebrating Sukkot?
It's the 8th day. That's not Sukkot. It's a different feast. There's a
Is
special.
it the circumcision of the bride?
No,
But
it's a
it
special.
says that was the feast. In verse 2, it says it was at the feast in the month of Ethiam, which is the 7th month. So they certainly either it's one of the feasts that is in the 7th month, right? So
It's a feast in the 7th month. But hang on,
the 8th
Linda.
day is after Sukkot. So they've celebrated Sukkot and then it's the 8th day.
It's the 8th day.
Jehovah's going to dwell with them.
Say it again, Glenn.
Jehovah is dwelling with them.
Where does it say that?
Well, when he comes down and takes over the whole place, that's him coming in and dwelling with them. Isn't that part of his prayer too?
Yeah, but so there's a verse that says, I will dwell with men on the earth. I don't know what chapter or verse that is, but I know that it's there. Jehovah is going to dwell with men on earth. And now you're getting to see it happen, and it's happening on a specific day. Yvette, you going to say something on this?
Yes, actually. I gathered that Jehovah would be with us, or actually, he's with Solomon here, because in verse 22, it describes Solomon standing before the altar in the presence of the congregation and in the presence of the Ark of the Covenant. And then in verse 27, it says, but God will indeed dwell on earth with us, question mark. And it leads me to believe this is all about that 8th day and that forever day where we will be with Jehovah. And this is what it's representing.
Verse 27, but will Jehovah indeed dwell on earth? Really? Jehovah is going to dwell on earth? And the answer is yes.
Yes.
And the demonstration is when the Shekinah fills the glory, or fills the Holy of Holies, and pushes all the Levites out. And does anyone have the 2nd Chronicles chapter? Yvette, do you got more to say?
Yes, I have. It's Second Chronicles 6, probably verse 18. But will God indeed dwell with man on earth? Second Chronicles 6, 18.
Just I'm trying to find here what's going on here. 2nd Chronicles, where are you? There you are. 2nd Chronicles 6, 18. So I want to go to the end of that chapter. Is that the one? And Jehovah God did not turn away his face from your anointed. Remember the deeds of David. That's still part of the prayer. I beseech you, that's all part of the prayer. Let's go to the next chapter. 7.
Did you say it's 6:18? Second Chronicles 6:18.
Yeah, but that's still part of the prayer.
Oh, okay.
So verse 7, or chapter 7, fire came, when Solomon had made an end of praying, and fire came down from heaven and consumed the burnt offering and the sacrifice, and the glory of Jehovah filled the house. And the priest, verse 2, and the priest could not enter into the house of Jehovah because of the glory of Jehovah had filled Jehovah's house. And when all the sons of Israel saw how the fire came down and the glory of Jehovah on the house, they bowed their faces to the ground on the pavement and worshipped and praised Jehovah, saying, for he is good, for his mercy endures forever. This is the dedication of the temple. And the next part goes on to tell how Solomon's dedicating the temple. This is the greatest day of all.
Ever. Yes.
Because this is the day Jehovah demonstrated he's going to dwell with mankind here on earth. You're not going to heaven. You're coming to dwell here on earth. That's what the 8th day is all about. That is the Feast of Dedication. That's why this, 1 Kings 8 and 2 Chronicles 7 and 6 and 7 are some of the biggest verses or chapters in the entire Bible. And yet, nobody knows them. Nobody reads them. They don't give it any, never mind. The creator of the universe left his abode, wherever that is, and came to dwell with men here on earth. Think about that. Where else has he ever done it? Did he do it in the temple in India, the Taj Mahal? Has he done it at the Vatican in Rome? Has he done it at your little church, wherever you used to attend? He's not done this ever anywhere.
This is the ultimate revival right here.
He's come and to live in the temple. This is the 8th day. What is the meaning of the 8th day? Yvette, you started to say something. Did you get it all out before we cut you off?
No, I'm fine. Thank you, Joe.
Okay. This is the 8th day. And the whole purpose of the 8th day is found in this thing. It's the 8th day. It's the Jubilee year. It's the 8th day. Shavuot is the 8th day. All those things are combined into this event that takes place here. Now, Daniel does a similar prayer in Daniel 9. and he talks about praying for the forgiveness of the people. But this day is so important. Ella.
And get unmuted. Okay, at the beginning it says this is at the festival, which in the 7th month would be Tabernacles. So you've got, they celebrated for 7 days, which I would think would be completing Tabernacles. And then the 8th day should be after Tabernacles, in my thinking. And then they stayed another 7 days for the dedication.
No, if you read in 2nd Chronicles, start at, 7, 8. And Shalomo at the time observed the festival 7 days, and all the Israel with him, a very great assembly from the entrance of Hamath to the Wadi of Mitzrayim. And on the 8th day, they held an assembly, for they performed the dedication of the solemn place 7 days, and the festival 7 days. And on the 23rd day of the 7th new moon, he sent the people away to their tents. That's the end of the 8th day, right there.
Yeah, but
The
that is
23rd.
Tabernacles. That's Tabernacles,
The
right?
22nd is that last day of Tabernacles. The
Right, and then the
23rd
is the 8th day, right? So I'm just saying, it says they stayed 7 and then 7, then the 8th day. I would think the 8th day needs to be in the middle of these two 7-day periods, because they would have to complete Tabernacles with the 8th day.
What you're saying makes sense to me, Ella, and I agree. Either that, or they kept the feast starting 7 days before Sukkot.
Yeah.
Which would have put them again before the Day of Atonement.
Well, the scripture, the beginning of the chapter says they were at the festival, and usually the festival means the big one: Passover, Sukkot, Shavuot.
Yeah. So what you're saying is the 8th day is in the middle, and they stay for an extra 7 days. And what
That's
Glenn
what I
is
said.
reading is correct. I think there might be more in there saying they stayed an extra 7 days. So yes, but it's still the 8th day is the feast day that this all took place on.
Right. That's the big day.
Samba.
Anyway.
Okay, so we're talking about dedicating the temple. And last night, when I was teaching to Philemon's congregation, we were talking about number 7, dedicating the altar. And you have all these different tribes bringing their offerings to dedicate the altar with. Can I just share with you a second? Number 7. So these are the verses here. We're talking about Nashon and Netanyel and Eliab and Elazar and Shelomiel and Eliasaph and Elishama and Gamliel and Abidan and Ahiezer and Pagiel, Ahira and Nash. These are all the ones who brought the offerings. If you look at the name of Nashon, it means oracle or serpent. But Netanel means God is given. Eliab, God is my father. Elazar, God is a rock. Shelomiel, at peace with God. Eliasaph, God has added. Elishama, God has heard. Gamliel, God is my investment. Abidan, my father is judge. Ahiezer means my brother is help. Pagiel means God is my strength. Ahira, brother is friend. If we read all these names, this is exactly what happens when we bring our offering to the altar. We work through all that the serpent has done to attempt to deceive us, kill us, or destroy us. And instead, by coming to his altar and having a face-to-face relationship with Jehovah, he undoes what the serpent designed for evil, and he blesses us with good. He deals with it all. His character in action heals us. So what we just read, or what James just read in this feast of dedication, and then we have the 22,000, and the 122,000 bulls and the 120,000 sheep, it's like you said, Joe, it's not individuals anymore. It's a nation. It's all that we're bringing because we want to be healed. We want that dedication. We want the infilling of God. Why? Because we want to be healed. We want that face-to-face relationship with Jehovah.
Yeah, so what you're reading here is the dedication of the tabernacle, which Moses did at Passover time. It's not at Sukkot, and it's not on the 8th day, but it's at Passover when he's doing that dedication.
It's still a dedication.
Yep.
And that's the point, right? A dedication means something that's set apart for the service unto Jehovah. I'm not so much concerned about which feast day it's on, but the point is there's something that's being done. What I'm trying to say is we need to understand beyond the word bull, beyond the word lamb, beyond the word dedication. We have to understand what's actually going on. What is God? What is the picture that God is trying to show us in these activities? I bring my thing to you. Why? What's the point of bringing a bull to you? What does that mean if we don't understand what it means? And so then my question goes to, why is there 22,000 and what is 120,000? What is the meaning of those things? Because this is significantly larger than this dedication that was going on back in number 7. Why is it significantly larger in 1 Kings 8 than it was in number 7?
And the answer is?
Don't know. So you've got 2 times 11 makes 22. Why would it be 2 times 11? Why isn't it 2 times 12?
Because you just made up 2 times 11.
Well,
it's 22,000, not 2 times 11. It's 22,000.
Okay, but where does 22,000 come from? What does 22,000 represent?
I don't know.
Because if we read it in here, it says Solomon and all the kings, right? Where is it? 60 something. So the king and all the people of Israel dedicated the house of Jehovah. What does 22,000 oxen represent? What does 120,000 sheep represent? So oxen is something that's already tamed to the yoke, whereas bringing a bull is a strong, active beast that is not under control. But we're saying that I'm bringing 22,000 of these things that are willingly under control. They're willingly under the yoke, willing to follow Jehovah.
They're meeked.
They are already meeked. Yes. Hallelujah. 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. Thank you, Janet. So there's a picture of completeness, right? Completely meeked.
Well, now you hang on. You're putting a theology on here that it's 22,000 animals. It's 120,000 sheep. Sheep are docile. The bulls.
Sheep are docile.
Sheep are going to be the dumbest animal on earth.
I didn't say they were smart, but they're not docile.
They're not aggressive and they're not dangerous unless you got
males can be.
Yeah. So
Sombra,
you're stretching here for something, and I don't see where it's going.
AI says Solomon modeled worship that was lavish in its devotion and in response to divine blessings. That was concerning the 22,000 oxen, 120,000 sheep. It was a lavish display of devotion and response to the divine blessing. That's a good idea.
Okay, so look what Danny has written. Danny has written 22,000 and 100. No,
it's not 122,000. It's 120,000.
Yeah.
Again, I don't know why.
I know.
But the thing that is important here is not to speculate. The thing that is important that I don't want you to miss is that it's a feast of dedication on the 8th day. It's connected to Yeshua keeping the feast of dedication on the 8th day, which is dedicating the feast of temple, which is when Jehovah came to dwell with men. That is the most important thing. That is the most important thing in all the Bible. The whole Bible, front to beginning to end, is about this day.
And I'm not disputing that. I'm trying to move on to the next thing I'm trying to understand.
No, this is the most important thing to understand that most people don't. That's the thing. Let's focus on the most important thing, not something we don't know or can't figure out.
Okay.
The most important thing is the feast of dedication of this day.
Okay, well, I'm going to go to the rest of the verse. Well, I guess I jumped in front of everybody else, but this whole passage, like
which one are you in? What passage are you in?
The 1 Kings 8. As James said in the chat, when he was reading it, let me go back and read exactly what he wrote. I was very emotional reading this chapter, the prayer and supplication unto Jehovah, so true and very evident right now to all the people, the whole of Israel. And it's so true because it's exactly when I was praying the Tachanun, the whole thing about we have sinned. Please, God, don't treat us according to what we deserve. Please have mercy on us. Please be compassionate to us. We know we deserve death. Please give us life. And then it culminates with these sacrifices because it's basically saying, yes, we are willing to take upon ourselves the yoke that you've offered us. We are willing to be humbled. We are willing to follow your lead.
Okay.
You still don't want us to move away from the 8th day, do you? You're just not going to leave that and move to anything else.
Not at all. It's the most important thing.
Okay, we heard you.
If we don't study anything else today, and that's all everyone learns, that will be a great day. Because what's the whole purpose of all the holy days? What's the whole purpose of the entire Bible?
That we become the bride of Christ.
The last chapter of Revelation, the very last chapter 11, Revelation, is pointing to this very day that Solomon is enacting here. Revelation 21 and 22 is this day. That's the most important thing. That's why we go through all the other holy days point to this thing, to this day. And that's the thing that people got to get in their brains. They just, they read over it and they skip on and move on to the next thing, and they miss the whole point.
This is the picture, the shadow picture of the end of the 7th millennium, beginning of the final everlasting reign.
Okay, but we're not going to get to the 8th day unless we realize that you can't come as a wild bull. You have to come as an ox. You have to submit to the yoke.
Yoked, exactly.
You have to be meek. Not only that, you also have to understand that the Torah is not there to oppress you. It's there so that you are abundantly kind to one another. You learn to love one another.
We're all working in unison for the same goal that Yah has planned.
There's another picture of the number 7 is they all brought the same offering, and yet each one was so important that they could name them all. You know, as a unit, we are together. We are all equally important, but each one of us is an individual, and as individuals, we're important.
You're waiting for me to jump in on you.
No, I'm not. I'm waiting for you to go, I never thought of that, Sombra, because I'm so fixated on the 8th day and dedication.
Let me get Tom
Proving
in
that it's
here.
not Hanukkah. Okay.
Well, it's not got nothing to do with Hanukkah, but it's
So
about
the word Hanukkah
dedication.
means dedication. So
That's right.
yeah.
You apply it properly. Tom, go ahead.
Well, uh, verse 2 says, and all the men of Israel assembled to King Shlomo at the festival in the month of Ethanim, which is the 7th month. So this Hag is Sukkot, right? I think
So hang on, just before you move on, Tom, why is it not trumpets and atonement?
Because it's not called a Hag.
And what is a hog? So the new people can understand, because you're spot on.
A twirl. It's like a twirl, a dance.
No, but don't get too deep. What is the meaning of a hog? There's only 3 of them.
Well,
It's a feast that you have to go up to Jerusalem. You
You
have
have
to
to
be
go up to
present.
Jerusalem. You go up there 3 times a year: Passover, Shavuot, and Sukkot. You do not go up to Jerusalem for trumpets and atonement.
Right. Okay.
So what you're saying, this is Sukkot.
Okay, so you would agree, right? You
Yes.
agreeing? Okay.
I'm trying to help the new people to understand why you know this is Sukkot and not atonement or trumpets.
Okay. Well, I would suggest you search the word Hag, the word that's translated feast there.
Beautiful word.
And anyway, and Shlomo. So then at the end of the chapter here, we see how Shlomo offers. Now, if you remember the Feast of Sukkot, there was 70 bulls amongst other animals that are slaughtered on Sukkot. There's so many each day. It's a huge feast. I mean, this is a barbecue. There's a lot of people that need to be fed. It's a huge feast. It's a huge celebration. Now there are so Shlomo why the 22,000 bulls and 20,000 sheep? These peace offerings, those are eaten. But then if you notice in the next verse, it says, and on that day, sovereign, he set apart the middle of the courtyard for scent offerings. So those were just those other offerings were holy burnt offerings that people were bringing voluntarily, right? But there was also but what I find, to me, it's like this is such a huge feast. I mean, Israel, it was such a larger gathering than ever before. I think that's why it went on 14 days, because they went 7 days. They did the 7 days of Sukkot, and then they did 7 more days. And I would argue they did 7 more days, and then they did the 8th day. That's how I would read it.
I don't know if we read it that way. I think there's a little confusion.
When in the history of Israel did God come down and dwell with them? Moses, which we just read, which Samba brought up, and now. This is a huge, they never had a tabernacle like this. Solomon's tabernacle was the most beautiful of all the tabernacles built afterwards. They came back and cried about, how diminished Zerubbabel's temple was compared to Solomon's. It's the most beautiful, and Jehovah is dwelling with them.
Yeah.
That is a big day. And why would you not celebrate 7 more days after that? Because, wow, the creator of the universe is now here with us.
Nobody wanted to leave. Yeah, it was like this huge feast. It must have been awesome. It's like, I don't want let's just keep going.
I'm in Jerusalem and I see Jehovah doing things. I don't want to leave. Or I'm in Israel. I don't want to leave. I got to leave on Tuesday. I'd rather stay. There's stuff happening. I see him moving here. Why would they want to go home?
Yeah, the question for me is which 8th, when did they do the 8th day? In the middle, or did they wait for the 2 14s to 2 7s?
I'm leaning to what Ella said. It's in the middle.
Yeah, that's very possible.
It doesn't. I'm sorry. I don't see that in Chronicles 2.
But then,
8 and 9.
if it's not there, they've got the Sukkot going on during the Day of Atonement when you're fasting.
May I read it again? Because it could be misunderstood. And that's
where are you reading?
7:9. 2 Chronicles 7:9. I'll go with 8 and get you through it. And Shlomo at the time observed the festival 7 days, and all Israel with him, a great assembly from the entrance of Hamath to the Wadi Mitzrayim. And on the 8th day, they held an assembly, for they performed the dedication of the slaughter place 7 days and the festival 7 days. So I'm seeing 2 in 1. They're doing the dedication and they're having a festival in those same 7 days. Then on the 23rd day of the 7th new moon, he sent the people away. So what, did they go away and then come back an hour later and finish out another 7 days? No, he sent them home on the 23rd day. When is the Feast of Sukkot start? On the 15th. That's 7 days. I don't see how you get more than that out of that. That's 8 days to the 23rd. How do you get more than that? I think that verse 7 is just saying they had the dedication for 7 days, and in concert with it, they had the feast 7 days. It only makes sense that it's almost one on top of the other. It's not in
You're
addition.
saying that it's a 7 days, 1 7-day period for both.
Correct. Correct.
Okay, so now go back to 1 Kings 8, and is the last verse that we read that?
What was it? What was
And it's 1 Kings 8:66. And on the 8th day he sent the people away, and they blessed the king and went to their tents, joyfully and glad of heart, for all the good Jehovah had done to David his servant. Where do we get the other 7 days? What verse was that in? And Solomon gathered the elders of Israel and the head of the tribes of
65.
65. Thank you.
Yeah. And Shlomo at the time performed the festival, and all Israel with him, a great assembly from the entrance of Hamath to the Wadi of Mitzrayim. Almost the same thing as I just read. Before Jehovah on Elohim, 7 days and 7 days, 14 days. It doesn't add up.
It says 14 days, not just 7 or 8. It says 14 days.
Yeah, and so, okay, what does start Sukkot, the 15th? If it had said, well, we started on the 7th, I would say, okay, that's 14 to the 23rd.
You can't celebrate this.
That's right.
On the
You can't,
10th.
because atonement's right in the middle of that. So it's just a real confusing thing, and I do not think it was. I don't understand this verse 65. It's not mathing up in my mind, because on the 8th day he sent them away. So what, did they go home and then come back for the next 7? If that's the case, I don't understand.
Sent them away. And they said, no, we're going to stay and keep another 7. I don't know. I don't have an answer.
Yeah.
I think it says in Chronicles. If we keep reading in Chronicles, you might find it. But I don't know right now.
Joe,
Who's that?
Joe, me, Paul. When you count 15 to 21 is 7 days. The 22nd is the 8th day. Solomon sent them home on the 23rd.
Yes.
They still hung around for 7 days to celebrate because it was such a great feast. But I'm not saying that that's what happened. But the 8 days,
you have a verse to back that up.
The 8 days are from the 15th to the 21st, which is 7. And then the 22nd is the 8th day. Then Solomon could send them home.
Do you have a verse?
You don't travel on the 8th day. You said that.
No, but that's what I'm asking. Do you have a verse? I'm not challenging.
How do you mean?
You have a verse to back it up. That's what we're looking for.
It's in the Leviticus 23, where it tells you the Feast of Sukkot.
Yeah,
how they do it.
We know that.
Right.
That is say that the next 7 days were after Sukkot. Or I mean after
Well, they were free will, weren't they? To celebrate longer?
Well, that's what Glenn is saying. That's what I'm trying to find. Do we have a verse that actually says it? I agree.
Well, it said it did it for 14, but in Kings. So where are we adding in here? Is Solomon adding a extra 7 days? But God has said it's only 7 days with the 8th day on the 22nd. So who's adding here? Is Solomon adding? Well, the thing is, if we stick to those 7 days, and hang on, Leviticus 7 days, you bring the offering made by fire unto the Lord, and somebody, it's there in thing. Convocation, you shall bring an offering made by fire. Day of solemn assembly, you shall do no manner of servile work. That's for the 7 days. On the 8th day is called, as you have said, a marriage. This is where they agreed and they dedicated themselves.
This is not the marriage, this is the consummation of the marriage. The marriage is back at Passover, the agreement, or at Shavuot, the agreement. And it's
That's right.
7 days, which is 7 millennium. The 8th day is different, it's the consummation. It's not
It's
the marriage.
it's also a purity day. A woman is unclean for 7 days, and on the 8th day she's pure.
But all of those purification rituals point to this same 8th day event.
That's right. But I was just saying, Glenn's going to say the 23rd day is the 8th day. It's the 22nd is the 8th day. Then Solomon sent them home. Got to count correctly, otherwise we're going to get mixed up here, because when you go back into Leviticus, it says from the 15th to the 21st is 7 days of unleavened bread. And it's same for Sukkot, from the 15th to the 21st. And the 22nd is the 8th day. If we get our numbers and make adding up a mistake, someone's going to get twisted understanding.
Agreed. Okay, Linda, go ahead.
I'm going to go back to, you said, when else does Yehovah, live on earth with us? And I'm gonna say that he was on earth living with the Israelites when they came out of Egypt in the form of the cloud and the fire, and he demonstrated being with them all 40 years. And then also, I'm a little fuzzy on.
Well, hang on, just before you move on, he was the cloud or pillar of fire by day and by night, leading them to Mount Sinai. Then the nation of Israel heard this voice at Mount Sinai from the mountain, and they shook in their boots.
Right.
Over the next year, they built the tabernacle, and he moved into that tabernacle on top of the ark 1 year after they, 1 year after they left Egypt. So
that was my next point. Then after that, he moved into the tabernacle. So he has been with them all this time. It's more whether they regard that and honor that, right? On a certain level. And then obviously with the temple that we're discussing right now, when he came, he just made a more dramatic entrance. And to me,
well, of course he's going to make a dramatic entrance.
Yeah, but he's been living with them.
Yeah, in the tabernacle, on the ark, yes. But he's now got this big gold house called the temple, and he's now demonstrating that he's dwelling in it. He's putting on a show, a demonstration, and he's doing it at a very specific time.
Agreed. But he doesn't have the whole place. I think he's confined himself to the Holy of Holies, right?
Well, he drove all the priests out. The priests aren't to go into the Holy of Holies, so he drove them all out because he filled the whole house.
Oh, yes, okay. But then after that, he confines himself to the Holy of Holies.
Correct.
Right.
Sabra.
Okay, so earlier we were talking about circumcision, and of course we were talking about male circumcision, and the child is circumcised on the 8th day. And there's a question about why aren't women circumcised? And of course, we have.
No, there's no question. There's no question. That's Somali religion.
Okay, hold on, Joe. Just give me a second. So, we also talked about how the Ishmaelites circumcise their their sons when they're 13, and then, as you say,
That's an
women are
assumption.
females are circumcised, and
No,
that
they're not.
well, okay,
They're
just
not. That's not Torah.
no,
Okay.
I know that, Joe. I know that. I'm using words to try and describe something. I am not. On the 8th day, when the husband and the bride, the bridegroom and the bride go into the tent to consummate the marriage, that's when the bride is circumcised.
Perfect.
When her hymen is broken and there is
Not a
a covenant of
circumcision.
blood made.
That's not a circumcision. I want to be clear because now you're introducing Muslim religion.
No, I'm not. It's the same thing.
Which
It's a
is what
blood
they
covenant.
do to the women.
It's a
It's
blood
called
covenant.
circumcision.
It's a blood covenant. A marriage is a blood covenant.
It's not a circumcision of the women.
No, it's a blood covenant. She said it. It's going in the
Breaking of
fold,
the hymen
and
is
that's
not a
the blood.
circumcision.
That's the bloodletting. The men get it at 8th day. The women get it when they are in covenant with their husband, who's their head.
Joe, I'm not using the Muslims as my example.
But
That's
that is
actually
what
a
people will
perversion.
hear. That's what people will hear. That's why I'm shutting that down. We do not circumcise
So you're
women.
shutting down a Torah thing?
You do not circumcise women.
No, each husband, when he enters his wife, the first
Then
time,
Don't
it's
call
a
it
covenant.
circumcision.
It's a covenant that is made between the husband and wife, and there is a letting of blood. It is a blood covenant.
The
That's
threshold
not a
covenant.
circumcision.
Sorry?
Okay, I got to make it clear. We are not circumcising women on your matrimony night.
And I disagree with you.
Symbolically, she's likening it to circumcision. That's all.
It may not be with a knife.
It's interesting.
Okay, so let's get back to the 8th day.
But that's exactly what I was talking about. It's the 8th day. That's when the bride of Christ, because we talked about somebody talked about being fully circumcised. Because there's another circumcision of the bride. When the children of Israel crossed the Jordan to go into the promised land, they're all circumcised again. There's another picture of the bride being circumcised.
The women were not circumcised.
I'm not talking about the women. I'm talking about the bride.
The men were circumcised.
I'm talking about the bride. It's a picture of the bride.
The bride does not get circumcised.
She does on her wedding day.
No, she does not get circumcised.
Sorry, you're wrong.
No knife taken out and her.
I'm not using the Muslims as my frame of reference.
It's covenant language. It's covenant language.
Let's use the covenant language there.
I am using the covenant language.
There is
consummated.
Let loose on the consummation. It's not a circumcision. Okay, just be clear.
It's still a blood covenant.
Yes, I'm not disagreeing with that, but there's no circumcision there.
Okay, because you're only seeing circumcision in one context, and that has to do with a knife and a foreskin.
That's right. And that's what, Sombra, you're talking not to just people that know what you mean. You're talking to people that don't understand what you're talking about.
I'm talking about when a husband and wife consummate the marriage and her hymen is broken.
That is not a circumcision. That is a natural act of intercourse. It's a blood covenant.
It's a blood covenant.
Yes.
Okay, but it's the same picture, Joe.
Okay, but
of bloodletting.
Circumcision with that, because you can't do that. That's not right.
It's bloodletting in the covenant. That's the symbology between it. Nah, forget about circumcision. It's
Yes.
actually fulfillment of the cutting of the going through the threshold. So you
It's
get
not
the blood.
cutting, it's
Yes.
breaking through. Okay, so like, guys,
It-
you gotta be careful
Hey,
what you
Joe,
say.
well, you're hung up on a word, and I'm not hung up on a word.
I'm hung up on the people that are listening, the people who don't understand Torah, the people who are
It's
just
like
learning.
it's the same thing. You don't like the word communion, but there is the word communion means when you come together and engage in relationship. That's what communion is. But I can't even use the word communion with talking about stuff.
I see his point because it's so bastardized that people are going to take the terms the wrong way. I understand the sensitivity of it, but
I
we need to
understand the
speak it the
So
sensitivity.
proper
the
way.
eighth day, a male is circumcised. What is the purpose of that? It's got to do with the covenant of Jehovah. When he circumcises your heart, there's no cutting there, but he's circumcising your heart for what? The eighth day. Again,
There may not be a knife, but there is a cutting.
think of the eighth day and what it represents.
That's what I'm talking
The
about, is what it
joining,
represents.
what? Pardon me?
That's what I'm talking about, is what it represents.
It's the
No,
blood. It's about the
it's not
blood.
the blood. It's not the blood. What does it represent? The eighth
It's
day.
a
What does the
separation.
Jubilee year?
It's
No,
the same
it's
thing
not
as
a
what I do with my
separation.
challah, to make something holy. You make the whole loaf
What
holy.
does the
How?
eighth day represent?
New
It's not a
beginnings.
separation.
It
It's not the
it is
blood. It's not. What does the eighth day represent?
a
Think
new
about it.
beginning.
The consummation of the wedding
The
is what it
joining
is.
together of Jehovah and us into one body, one being.
Yes.
It's not a separation. It's a joining. What does the 50th day represent? Returning to your possession, not your property. Forget about property. It doesn't matter. It's the returning of you to Jehovah.
Okay, but you
He is our
started with
possession.
what does circumcision represent, and I said it's a separation. And then you started with another thing, and then you said no, it's not a separation, it's a coming together, which I totally
What
agree with. But I was
what
in the
is the
middle of
eighth
answering your
day
first
when
question.
somebody is impure for 7 days in the eighth day? What is the eighth day represent? For leprosy, for a woman's period, for the cleansing of the priest.
It's a
What
coming
is
back together.
the purification so that you can be with Jehovah?
Yes, but you had to be separated first in order to come back together.
That's the 7 days, not the eighth. A different thing. It's 7 days, not the eighth. The eighth is different. It's not part of Sukkot, but it's right after Sukkot. It represents something entirely different and something very special when he comes to dwell here on earth with us. That's why it's so special.
You know, even weddings are, you have the party, you go to the party, you haven't consummated anything. The party is the seventh millennium, where we're partying for the wedding feast, and then at the end of the party, going into this almost into the eighth, that's your consummation. That's when you go on your honeymoon. That's when you come together as one. That is the new beginning. It's the same picture.
So Somber, I mean, not Somber, but everyone, Somber and I are fighting back and
Sparring.
forth here.
Yeah, you love each other. I can tell.
Absolutely love him.
Yeah, okay. We'll give each other a bear hug when we see each other. And I want you all to know that. But I'm driving at a point that I think is really important. And Somber is she's actually
I'm
doing what I
pushing.
want to do,
Yeah.
sparring with me to drive that point home with all of you. Okay, and I want you to understand that. You know, this eighth day is really important. What's
Yes.
going on here, 1 Kings 8, is really important. And most people don't, eighth day is nothing to them. So, and I appreciate what Somber is doing. And even though I may frustrate her, we're both bringing the point to you in our different way.
Right.
So,
And I think that's it, is we're bringing the point in a different way.
yeah. So again, you know, for the new people, we do this every week and we still love each other.
You're both saying the same thing in a different way.
No, we're not. I'm right. Sarkis, Sarkis, help me out.
Yeah, you're right. Joe's right. And I think you have to review the 8th day of the feast days. You know,
Yes.
the wave sheaf. I mean, when Yeshua offered himself and rose on the 8th day.
You're bringing a whole other
Yeah.
aspect here,
So
which is
you're looking
awesome.
at
Go ahead.
that, the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the 8th day, which is the first day of the week, right after Shabbat. Then you have Shavuot. It's on the 8th day. Those are 3 times where you present yourself before Jehovah.
Those are the 3 hags.
Yes, and that's why the 8th day is important. And so what is so important about what Solomon did? They presented themselves before Jehovah, and the whole idea is, Yeshua did it the first time, and with him, when we read Matthew 27, the saints rose from the dead and walked the city of Jerusalem, and and on his second coming, that's the 8th day, Shavuot. That's when we're gonna meet with him again. So
Can I
so
jump
you
in
have a
on
whole lot of teaching about that, and I think maybe you
let
want
me
to do
jump
a
in on
quick
that.
review on that. Yeah, go ahead.
So everything you're saying is right. So the 8th day is another different thing. You're looking at it during Shavuot. I mean, during unleavened bread, which is the wave sheaf day. Who cares about the barley? We're here looking for the barley right now. The barley doesn't matter. The barley is a symbol of something spiritual. The saints, what you just read, Matthew 27, the saints came back to life and went into Jerusalem on wave sheaf day. At the end of the 3rd day in the grave, the end of the Sabbath, Yeshua came back to life. And at the same time, the dead in Christ came back to life and walked into Jerusalem and were seen by many. And at 9 a.m. the next morning, they ascended to heaven. The first fruits represented by the barley. Does Jehovah care about barley? It's what it represents. It's representing these saints. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, Elijah. I don't know who, but they are up there. Now, the next wave offering, as Sarkis said, is Shavuot. What's that one? That's the wheat. That's what we get to be. We are represented by the wheat. We are not wheat. The wheat is not important. It represents us and is formed into 2 loaves of bread. That's what you are, and you will be raised, as Paul said, from the dead in the twinkling of an eye. The dead will rise first, and those of us who are alive will be changed in the twinkling of an eye. That's Shavuot. We believe that's going to be in 2033. That's the importance of the wheat harvest. That's the second Hag, the second going up to Jerusalem, the second feast that Tom was talking about. The third one is Sukkot and the 8th day. That's when all the dead will be brought back to life at the end of the 7th millennium. What is the importance of the 8th day? Jehovah is going to dwell here on earth with those who are now obeying him. We all know what it's like not to have anyone to talk to on Shabbat or about the holy days when you don't have family members in it. Imagine the whole world at that time obeying Torah, keeping the feasts on one calendar, keeping the Jubilee years, the sabbatical years, representing, now understanding what these feasts mean, what the picture is, the shadow picture is that Paul talks about, and then understanding it. That's going to be an awesome day then. It's going to be an awesome time. Sarkis, you got more?
And that's what it's all about in less than 10 years. We better
And that's
prepare for
what
it.
it's all about.
Prepare for those days.
Yeah.
It's coming soon.
It's coming soon. I've been doing this for 20 years. I remember when I started, I thought it was a long, long ways away. Now it's here.
Not far off.
Not far off.
And the signs are right here, Joe. The Abrahamic Accord is leading us to that. If you look at what happened right before they entered the land, the Baal Peor, I mean, we are in the midst of it. I mean, a few years later, they entered the land, and we are in the midst of it. What happened in the wilderness is showing us that we are sacrificing, and as people, not you and I, but the nations are involved with Baal Peor. And if they
Yeah.
don't repent, we are in big trouble.
Well, you've just heard that there's no such thing as a third sex. There's him or her, and that's it. The wokeness is being removed.
Just in the USA right now.
The stupidity is starting with the USA. It hasn't spread to all the other nations. We still got England and Canada being stupid, and Australia too.
Yep.
We still got our wokeness going on, but it's starting.
Yes.
Does he get to finish the job or not? That's the question. We also have Apollyon coming up here, and nuclear missiles being fired towards the end of his presidency. So, like, there's a lot of bad stuff about to begin. So,
well, thank you, Joe.
no, thank you, sir, and thank you all for the subject. Are we? We're about to move on to Psalms. Are we okay? Has anyone got any other questions? If you don't know the eighth day, I'm writing the next book. That's what the next book is about. And everything that everyone's talked here, except for one thing, they didn't talk about the chiasm in Genesis 1, Genesis 3. So I'll bring that up.
Yeah, this is Danny. First Kings 8, when we were reading this, the one that came to my mind was Deuteronomy 30. It's like, oh my goodness, it seems like he's praying about the Deuteronomy 30 as far as repentance, so I just want to share that. It's not word for word, but it seems like that's the idea of why King Solomon was praying it.
So Jehovah also says the same thing in Exodus 20. He's the God of mercies and forgiveness. He also does this in Daniel 9, where Daniel's admitting the sins of Israel. I'd have to review Deuteronomy 30, but I think you might be right. I haven't looked at that for a while, but yeah. Okay, let's move on to Psalms. What Psalm are we reading? Help me out.
108.
108. Ellie's
Yep.
going to do that.
Okay. A psalm of David. My heart is steadfast, Jehovah. I will sing and make music with my glory. Awake, lute and lyre. I will awaken the dawn. I will thank you, Jehovah, among the peoples. I will make music to you among the nations. For your grace is great above heaven, and your truth all the way to the skies. Be exalted, Jehovah, above heaven. May your glory be over all the earth, in order that those you love can be rescued. So save with your right hand and answer me. Jehovah in his holiness spoke, and I took joy in his promise. I will divide Shechem and determine the shares in the Sukkot valley. Gilead is mine and Manasseh mine. Ephraim my helmet, Yehudah my scepter. Moab is my washpot. On Edom I throw my shoe. Over Philistia I shout in triumph. Who will bring me into the fortified city? Who will lead me to Edom? Jehovah, have you rejected us? You don't go out with our armies, Jehovah. Help us against our enemy, for human help is worthless. With Jehovah's help, we will fight valiantly, for he will trample our enemies.
Thank you, Ella. It's kind of, I don't know, maybe I'm sensitive whenever I see Philistines. I will triumph over the Philistia, verse 9. And my shoe over Ephraim. And the shoe is a slap in the face if the people take off their shoe and slap you with it. Anyone got anything they want to say about this psalm?
Wouldn't have anything to do with today's significance?
Well, that's my sensitivity is I read it in relation to today. I don't know if it does.
I think it has some bearing that has yet to be made it out. We'll see.
Yeah. A lot of David's Psalms are current all the time, no matter what generation you're in.
Would it also be, Joe, that it's talking about not relying on man, but relying on God for being protected in this day and age, to repent, to return to Him, and hang on to Him with anything that we've got.
O God, have you not cast us off? And O God, will you not go out with our armies? He doesn't need your armies. Give us the help from trouble, for
We
vain
need
is
him.
the servant of
He
man.
doesn't need anything. So He needs to
God, we
our
shall do
heart
mighty
to
things,
cherish
for
Him
we
and
shall
to
trample
obey His
our enemies.
commandments as best we can.
Anyone else? Okay, let's move on to Luke then.
Hold
Luke
on.
9. Hold up. Well, I said anyone else. Nobody said nothing. Who's
I
that?
was clicking.
Sorry.
Look at verse 8. Verse 9. If we're referring to today, it's in the works. Moab is my wash pot, even Edom will I cast out of my shoe. Over Philistia will I triumph. And you could see how Jehovah is moving right now. The question is, can we relate that to current events? Not sure, but it looks like we're close to that time.
So what is a wash pot? When he says Moab is my wash pot, what's that mean?
He's using it with what's a wash pot? You clean your pots, you clean stuff. What's he using Moab for? As a vessel to wash.
To wash what? Is that where Israel escapes to? They're going to be washed up there?
Don't know, but there's some significance to it as we see Edom is, as you said, in the end, Edom is not going to be. So he's using him as a rod, as he says, I will use your enemies as a rod to chastise you. I see that in there.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
it's related to, how do you wash the king's feet? You bring a
This is not washing the king's feet.
No. I meant it's like a basin that you fill with water to wash something with. Okay. But then the next thing you see is the shoes he's talking about. So it's a connection to feet.
So what about the triumph over Philistia? Is that a connection to feet too?
Yeah. How do you conquer? You walk to it. You walk.
Well,
home.
isn't a shoe or showing the bottom of your shoe in those Eastern countries a actual slap in the face? You don't want to show the bottom of your shoe, and nor do they use them. In fact, there was one incident where they threw a shoe at him.
Yeah,
that's an insult. That's a slap in the face.
And isn't the wedding at Cana where they turned the water into wine? Weren't those vats for washing the feet?
No,
drinking.
No, they weren't for that either.
Hand washing.
It says
they weren't.
purification.
Yes, they were.
So is it the ashes of the red heifer?
Bingo.
Yes.
That is prophetic. And that's what we're about to share with you. And just on that note, I forgot to mention this at the beginning. We went to see the red heifers, and we got to see them up front and personal. And there are now 2 out of 5. The other 3 have been disqualified. And we have a video that recorded the whole 15-minute talk, and I'm now trying to make a teaching out of it. And he just blew my mind. And the Cana water jugs were for purification.
Which means when it's also changed to wine, the wine is a picture of his blood. So is that the picture that tells us that Yeshua is our ashes of the red heifer?
Boom. Mic drop. Nobody wants to talk. Okay, let's move on to Luke. That's huge. There's so much.
Because Yeah, it's awesome. It's my face is on the ground. Oh, it's nothing to say.
It's
That's
cute.
cool.
That was in
Yeah.
my
Anyway,
Shabbat teaching yesterday too.
we recorded it. I have to edit out 2 or 3 sections that he said you can't play that publicly, and those are bombs. Yeah, just we've been talking about that for a good part of today as well. Anyway, I'm working on trying to get it done for next week, but I got 3 busy days in front of me here, 4 busy days in front of me, and we'll see if I can get it in the newsletter for next week. Luke 19. Yvette is going to read that for us.
And Yeshua entered and passed through Jericho. And behold, there was a man named Zacchaeus, which was the chief among the publicans, and he was rich. And he sought to see Yeshua, who he was, and could not for the press, because he was of little stature. And he ran before and climbed up into a sycamore tree to see him, for he was to pass that way. And when Yeshua came to the place, he looked up and saw him, and said unto him, Zacchaeus, make haste and come down, for today I must abide in thy house. And he made haste and came down and received him joyfully. And when they saw it, they all murmured, saying, that he was gone to be guest with a man that is a sinner. And Zacchaeus stood and said unto the Lord, Behold, Lord, the half of my goods I give to the poor, and if I have taken anything from any man by false accusation, I restore him fourfold. And Yeshua said unto him, This day is salvation come to this house, for so much as he also is a son of Abraham. For the Son of Man is come to seek and to save that which was lost. And as they heard these things, he added and spake a parable, because he was nigh to Jerusalem, and because they thought that the kingdom of God should immediately appear. He said, therefore, a certain nobleman went into a far country to receive for himself a kingdom and to return. And he called his 10 servants and delivered them 10 pounds, and said unto them, Occupy till I come. But the citizens hated him and sent a message after him, saying, We will not have this man to reign over us. And it came to pass that when he was returned, having received the kingdom, then he commanded those servants to be called unto him, to whom he gave the money, that he might know how much every man had gained by trading. Then came the first, saying, Lord, thy pound hath gained 10 pounds. And he said unto him, Well, thou good servant, because thou hast been faithful in a very little, have thou authority over 10 cities. And the second came, saying, Lord, thy pound hath gained 5 pounds. And he said likewise to him, Be thou also over 5 cities. And another came, saying, Lord, behold, here is thy pound, which I have kept laid up in a napkin. For I feared thee, because thou art an astute man, a steerman, that takest up that thou layest not down, and reapest that thou did not sow. And he said unto him, Out of thine own mouth will I judge thee, thou wicked servant. Thou knowest that I was an austere man, taking up that I laid not down, and reaping that I did not sow. Wherefore then gavest not thou money into the bank, that at my coming I might have required mine own with usury? And he said unto them that stood by, Take from him the pound, and give it to him that hath 10 pounds. And they said unto him, Lord, he hath 10 pounds. For I say unto you, that unto every one which hath shall be given, and from him that hath not, even that he hath shall be taken away from him. But those mine enemies which would not that I should reign over them, bring hither and slay them before me. And when he had thus spoken, he went before, ascending up to Jerusalem. And it came to pass, when he was nigh to Bethphage and Bethany, at the mount called the Mount of Olives, he sent 2 of his disciples, saying, Go ye into the village over against you, in the which at your entering ye shall find a colt tied, whereon never man sat. Loose him and bring him hither. And if any man ask you, Why do you loose him? Thus shall say unto him, Because the Lord hath need of him. And they that were sent went their way, and found even as he had said unto them. And as they were loosening the colt, the owners thereof said unto them, Why loose ye the colt? And they said, The Lord had need of him. And they brought him to Yeshua, and they cast their garments upon the colt, and they sat Yeshua thereon. And as he went, they spread their clothes in the way. And when he has come nigh, even now at the descent of the Mount of Olives, the whole multitude of the disciples began to rejoice and praise Jehovah with a loud voice for all the mighty works that they had seen, saying, Blessed be the King that come in the name of the Lord, peace in heaven and glory in the highest. Some of the Pharisees from among the multitude said unto him, Master, rebuke thy disciples. And he answered and said unto them, I tell you that if these should hold their peace, the stones would immediately cry out. And when he was come near, he beheld the city and wept over it, saying, If thou hadst known, even thou, at least in this thy day, the things which belong unto them, unto thy peace. But now they are hid from thine eyes. For the days shall come upon thee, that thine enemies shall cast a trench about thee, and compass thee round, and keep thee in on every side, and shall lay thee even with the ground, and thy children within thee. And they shall not leave in thee one stone upon another, because thou knowest not the time of thy visitation. And he went into the temple and began to cast out them that sold there, and them that bought, saying unto them, It is written, My house is the house of prayer, but ye have made it a den of thieves. And he taught daily in the temple, but the chief priests and the scribes and the chief of the people sought to destroy him, and could not find what they might do, for all the people were very attentive to hear him.
Thank you, Yvette.
My pleasure.
There's lots here to talk about. Nobody's raised their hands. Okay.
Well, this is the day that, or the day, let's see, this is the day after he's had a meal with Lazarus and Mary, which is the day that he is selected as the lamb. Is that not right?
Well, it's actually, so Luke is writing this long after the event. And he's combined a number of days here together.
Yes.
So that's part of the confusion that happens here. So we've we've gone through it in our 6 days of 6 days before Passover that John talks about, and I think it's John chapter 7. And we walk through each day. Now, Luke has combined 2 of those days into one. So you think that the day he rides the donkey into town is the same day that he cleanses the altar or the temple, which is not. They're two separate days. Him crying over Jerusalem, I think, might be on another different day. So Luke has kind of combined them all together and not made them distinct by each day. But you have to do a study with Mark and John together to figure that out. Now, we've done that for you. It's on our website. Let's talk about the 10. I got 10 minas. I think yours read 10 pounds. What is that?
Some could say that's your fruits.
And what's that?
Well, so my own understanding might be that, okay, you've got the word of God in you. He's given us all these talents, some 10, some 1, whatever. And the example is if you're going to hoard your talents and put it in a napkin and not grow, that's not what he's trying to do by giving you the insight into his plan or Yah's plan.
So what are the talents, Glenn? Like, roll in on that.
Say that again. I couldn't quite hear. What's that?
What are the talents? You know, you said talents here are pounds. What are those talents? And drill down on that a little bit.
Okay, so it could be a number of things, but my understanding is that that's the Holy Spirit has given you the ability to understand these things we're talking about.
Each of us is involved. Each and every one here has been given a pound of Holy Spirit.
Exactly. Yes. Now we could sit here and do nothing with it and just hold it and not spread the word. And that's like being the guy with the stick it in his napkin and sit on it. He's not doing anything with it. And that angers, yeah.
So so explain, how is that Holy Spirit in you being hidden and nothing done with it?
Well, hopefully it's not in my case, because I try to expound the word as much as I can, even when I should shut up. But you know what I mean? But that's what we're supposed to do, is spread the wealth of the Holy Spirit and the knowledge of him and his plan, so that spirit will grow and continue to prosper and spread and grow. Interest is how he puts it. Interest.
Okay, so how do we make that spirit grow?
In prayer and in action, absolutely.
Okay, prayer and action, like that blah. Give me real.
Well, first of all, you have to follow the Sabbath.
You have to read the word.
Yeah.
Okay, so you read the word, then what?
You have to do it.
I got Catholic people I know that read the word.
Yeah. But you got to actually do it and
yes, you have to obey.
Okay.
And in prayer and again, it's not like he dumps the whole thing on you at once. As you prove that you've absorbed the Spirit and you understand and you move in action, he'll release more talents, and on and on and on. If you let it sit inside you and do nothing, you will get no more. It will stop. If you grow and develop and spread the word and live in action and follow in the spiritual leading, you will get more spirit to help you overcome the fleshy nature and to get more understanding and more abilities to spread that word.
So one of the things we're doing here at Sighted Moon is we're having these debates where Somber and I go at each other banging heads, or me and Glenn or me and Sarkis bang heads. And, you know, I sometimes sound like an idiot because I'm disagreeing with all these people all the time. What are we doing here?
We're arguing in love. We're trying to get to the bottom line.
For what? What purpose?
We're digging
How
deeper.
about
We're trying to
sharpening our
get to know you.
sword? Sharpening
Sorry,
our sword.
Yes.
sharpening our swords. Somber, go ahead. What'd you say?
We're digging deeper because we're trying to build a stronger relationship with Jehovah. It's one thing to read it at the surface level, but you've got to understand the prophetic level. You've got to understand the mysterious level. You've got to understand the historical level. You have to understand all of these levels. There's the allegorical level. You got to understand it.
So we bring all these different things to the table, and we read the verses, we read it so that we can hear it, and then we take different aspects, tear it apart, and argue or discuss in love. Maybe not in love sometimes, but and why do we do that? Is it for our own vanity, or who said that? Iron sharpens iron. That's exactly it. So I show you, Mayor, thank you. So I show you, I'll take the devil's advocate in some of these things. And I'll argue like the argument that you're going to get from the person you present it to or hear it from. Oh, come on, man. But Glenn is right. We are to be doing a work. What is the work that we are supposed to be doing?
To obey the covenant, 10 Commandments, the feast days, as best possible so that you get wisdom from Jehovah. He's the only one that gives wisdom, as Solomon knows.
My Catholic friends say the exact same thing.
Really? Which feasts are they doing?
Right.
But you did.
Are they doing Ishtar or are they doing Passover? They've got to understand. Understanding comes from practice by obedience.
Okay, but they believe they're doing the exact same thing. They believe that they are just as right. So what is the difference between you and them?
So we go to 1 John and ask a question. Are you a Christian? Yes. Do you do the commandments? No. Then you're lying, because that's what that verse says. You're lying and the truth is not in you. Go back home and find out.
I'm not talking to you anymore.
Okay. You're a liar. If you don't want to do God, it says in the next verse, it says, if you do not the commandments, you don't know God. Do you want to know him? Oh, the foolish virgins, well, they didn't know him and he got kicked them out. So you don't know God just because you don't know the commandments. Wow.
I think you said something earlier, Paul.
Well, repent, turn around.
I think you said something about praying for wisdom.
Yeah. God gives wisdom when we obey too.
So we're commanded to do that in Proverbs, I believe it is, to ask for wisdom, knowledge, and understanding.
Yes.
And why?
So that we may understand the way and will of Jehovah.
So this afternoon or this evening, whatever, in this study today, we have gone deep into the 8th day and the dedication that Solomon made, and then that covered, the 8th day of cleansing and purification and circumcision. Sure. And what are all those things that we talked about there?
Gives us sorry.
No, go ahead.
It gives us wisdom and understanding to know that there's a day coming that we are to prepare for by observing and studying these understandings to gain the wisdom that we need to persevere to the end. If we don't have the perseverance to the end, will we gain a crown? Matthew 5:17 to 19 says, if you teach one commandment, you're least in the kingdom. If you teach all the commandments, you're greatest. These things we are learning as we go through here. Let's be the greatest, but we're not the greatest until we get to that point at the end. And God says to us, well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful in much. I will make you ruler over many things. If you're faithful in the least of the things, the one thing that you may just make it to the end, and you may just save your soul. I don't know. There's a test in there that we've got to all learn. It's called to be humble.
Can Brian, I don't know if you got a mic. Brian, can you read what you've got written in the chapter, 1 Corinthians? Are you able to do that?
Did you want to read that, 1 Corinthians?
Well, can you read it? Would you like to read it?
The gifts, Maria asked, is there a difference between the talents and the gifts? And I responded, the gifts of the Ruach, or the gifts of the Holy Spirit, are in 1 Corinthians 12, verses 8 through 10. And I'm looking that up right now, 12, 8 through 10. It says the gifts of the Holy Spirit are, I'll start in verse 7. But the manifestation of the Spirit is given to each one of us, for profit of all. For to one is given the word of wisdom through the Spirit, to another the word of knowledge through the same Spirit, to another faith by the same Spirit, to another gifts of healings and by the same Spirit, to another the workings of miracles, to another prophecy, to another discerning of spirits, to another different kinds of tongues, to another the interpretation of tongues. But one and the same Spirit works all these things, distributing to each one individually as he wills. And those are the gifts. But I also added in my comments, I said, the gifts are the talents, or the gifts are from the Holy Spirit, but the talents that we have are abilities and attributes that God gives us. Our talents are the things we do with what Yehovah has given us. So it's not specific as far as the gifts of the Holy Spirit, but the talents are what we do with what God has given us. It's the action that we apply to. It's like knowledge is good, but wisdom is the application of knowledge. Wisdom is what you do with the knowledge that you have. Talents is what you do with the abilities that God gives you.
Yeah. Thank you, Brian. Summer, go ahead. So we're still talking about talents right now.
Okay, then I'm not on that subject.
Ella,
are you come back later?
Just hang on. Are you on talents, Ella?
I think so. I don't know.
Okay, go ahead.
Kind of along what Brian was saying, those gifts that we're given to us. If we're abiding in the Spirit, then we will allow Him to use whatever talents the Father has given us, and for what purpose? It's to relate to one another. It's a relationship with one another. We can walk in love, we can walk in peace, we can walk in encouragement, we can have the gifts of the Spirit, love, joy, peace, patience. And those things are not for us to keep within ourselves, but they're to give away. Love is not love till we give it away, till we share it with others. And that's the point. We each have different talents. You've been given an ability, Joseph. You've been given a download of information that I don't know of anybody else in the world that totally has. Others can sing, others can dance, others can pray, others can give a word of encouragement in time. And we are to be there for each other, not to condemn, just as Yeshua said, I did not come to condemn, but to save. And our point in the talents the Father has given us, I think, is to build each other up, to build up the kingdom, to be there, to do what the Father's called me to do. My gifts are not the same as Sombra's or Rose's or Linda's or yours or Yvette's or anybody else's. I've got to do what the Father calls me to do. And that's each of us. We have to use our talents. And again, the old saying, if you don't use it, you lose it. And we just have to be quick to be obedient to whatever He gives us to do or to say or where He gives us to go. We have to be obedient to that in order for that to manifest and to keep us upright within our faith, to do what He's told us to do, and He will continue to bless us. And if we don't, then He takes away that blessing.
Very well said. Thank you. Yvette.
So in verse 41, we see why Yeshua became very emotional, or where they say he cried, he wept over the city. And so 41 and let's see, 42, 43, 44, if we're not using our talents or abilities to sharpen that iron, to go over His word and to share it with the rest of the city, which is worldwide, then they're not going to be prepared. I might not be prepared. And if I don't get a little more exposure and a little more insight and dive a little deeper, I don't want to sit on the sideline and just be passed over and wept over. I want to be on the other side. And that's what I read in verses 41 through 44.
Very nice. So, okay, I'm going to go Sark, are you talking about the same thing here or different?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Just 1 second then.
No, I'm talking about something different. Back to
Just wait.
something you mentioned a bit ago.
Just wait. I'm, believe it or not, this is not a lie. I am very shy. I never like to speak in front of people. I hated it. I dreaded it so much in public speaking and public school. I hated religion. I never wanted to be involved in religion. I can't remember chapters and verses. Now I seem to be popping them out of my brain. What I'm trying to say is when I first, in 1981, when I first started with the Sabbath, I had to get out of my comfort zone. And I was so afraid of what people would think of me. Oh, he's becoming Jewish. He's becoming a Jew. And I had to get past that. That was a real struggle back then. Then taking time off. I worked 7 days a week, so taking time off for the Sabbath, and then taking time off when I learned about the holy days. Oh man, it's during the week. Another time I had to get out of my comfort zone. And that's probably my biggest thing, was getting out of my comfort zone. I never wanted to do a Zoom meeting. Summer remembers how much I didn't want to do this every Sabbath. No. And I'm out of my comfort zone. And I'm so far out of my comfort zone, I no longer care what anybody thinks of me anymore. I'm going to obey Jehovah. But that's been a long process. So your talent, just a different way of looking at it, is how out of your comfort zone are you willing to go for Jehovah? I know you're talking to your relatives and they hate your guts and they don't talk to you. I get it. And like, I don't know who said it. Ella said it, all the different ways that you can serve him and do him, or do things for him to develop your talents. There's no one set thing. There are different positions. There are different Levitical servants. Some butcher the sacrifice. Some just bring the wood. Some open and close the gates. Some are musicians. Some play music, so I don't qualify for those two. But there's different jobs. You have to find your job. You have to find your voice. You have to get out of your comfort zone. That's a vanity. It's also pride that you have to overcome. Coming to Israel. What are people going to think? You're flying to Israel again? No. Yeah. Get out of your comfort zone. Okay, Sark, is you on the same subject?
Absolutely.
Okay, go ahead.
I like to go back to.
And so just before you do, I'm going to get any other hands go up before I let Somber speak. Go ahead, Sarkis.
Going back to Matthew 13, it really helps explain this 10 talents. It's about the parable of the sower, and so just go a few verses to explain this. And therefore I speak to them in parables, because they seeing see not, and hearing they hear not, neither do they understand. And in them is fulfilled the prophecy of Isaiah, which says, by hearing you shall hear and shall not understand, and seeing you shall see and not perceive. And the whole point about this is, when we hear the word of Yah and we read it and we don't get understanding, we're in trouble. And the way he explains it in the parable, if you don't mind, I read it quickly. Hear ye therefore the parable of the sower. When one heareth the word of God, the word of the kingdom, and understandeth it not, then cometh the wicked one and catches away that which was sown in his heart. This is he which received the seed by the wicked one, by the wayside. But he that receiveth the seed in the stony place, the same is he that heareth the word, and anon with joy and receives it. Yet he had not root in himself, but during for a while, and for when tribulation or persecution arises because of the word, by and by he is offended. And he also that receives seed among the thorns is he that heareth the word, and the care of this world and the deceitfulness of riches choke the word, and it becomes unfruitful. But he that receiveth the seed into the good ground is he that heareth the word and understands it, which also bears fruit and brings forth some 100-fold, some 60, some 30. And my point here is the talents, each one of us is given talents. The minute the word of Yah is planted in us, are we pursuing to understand? Are we pursuing to know why? What does it mean? How does it affect me? How does it affect my neighbor? How does it affect the world and the world to come? And so when we're studying here today,
let me just jump into that. Are you studying your Bible only when we come here on Shabbat and meet, or are you studying it Sunday through Monday or Sunday through Friday? Or are you reading it more time? Are you thinking about it? Are you praying about it? Or is it just something you do on Saturday just to look cool with some people?
but not only that, Joe. I mean, if you're reading one day a week, it's still you're reading it and studying it. Your fruit is little. It could be. All right. But you're still producing something. Versus people hear it, they don't do anything about it. And people read it and they say, we're walking with Yah, but yet they're not understanding his instructions. His instructions is his command. And there's a reason why we keep Shabbat. There's a reason why we keep the feast days. There's a reason why we keep his statutes and his instructions. Why? Because we're aligning ourselves with him. And that's what Yom Kippur is all about. You got on whose side are you? On his side or not? And that's when we're chosen to enter his kingdom, to come to his wedding. Those who afflict their souls, they enter. That's all about. And so what I'm saying is it's good to have knowledge, it's good to have wisdom, but if we don't have understanding, which is the application of all, we're missing out. And that means, am I being obedient? Not just a hearer, but obedient. And have the testimony of Yeshua. And the talents, it shows us that when we receive, it's going to multiply. It's not our choice. Because one of the things that Yeshua says, those who understands, they will receive more. Those who have will be more given to them, and those who have less, they will be taken whatever they already have and given the one who has more. And I think the challenge here is we want more. We don't want less.
Yeah, and that's got to be one of the scariest things that he's telling you you're not growing. You didn't grow.
Right? And look at you, Joe. Each one of us here as well. When we accepted the first time we understood something, and first time you understood Shabbat, what happened next? You accepted the feast days.
Oh yeah.
And the next thing, what you did, and it just once we understand one thing and we receive it and we digest it, we start applying it. I want to do more. I want to learn more. I want to grow. That is part of maturity in the Messiah, is becoming like him, doing exactly what he's done, which is what he taught us. I do what my Father has shown me. I say what he taught me. And that's what we're doing. Monkey see, monkey do. That's what I tell my grandkids. They see what the parents do, they do it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, we're supposed to do the same thing.
Yeah.
All respect, I'm saying it. I'm not saying it negatively. Anyway, thank you.
Brian, are you on the same subject?
Yes, the same parable. Sorry, Sambra.
Go ahead.
No, I just want to point out the verse 12 where it says, Yeshua speaking, a certain nobleman went into a far country to receive for himself a kingdom and to return. He's talking
Are
about
you in
himself.
Matthew 13:12 or Luke?
I'm sorry, 19:12.
What chapter? Who? Luke?
Luke 19:12, right?
My bad. Okay. Carry on.
Yeshua is saying a certain nobleman went into a far country to receive for himself a kingdom and to return. He's talking about himself here. He's the nobleman that came from heaven, went to a far country, which is here down on earth, and he plans to return himself to his kingdom and take us with him. I mean, he's talking about himself. But what's interesting in verse 20 and 21, where it says, and another came saying, Master, here is your mina, which I have kept put away in a handkerchief. For I feared you because you are an austere man. You collect what you did not deposit and reap what you did not sow. Where have we seen before that he's this austere man, so he says, had these qualifications? This is only in his own mind. This is an excuse that he came up with to not do what he was supposed to do. He came up with an excuse, and Yeshua's response, I should say the nobleman's response, and he said to him, out of your own mouth I will judge you, you wicked servant. So the very thing that he feared has come upon him, as it was in the story about Job. So people find all kinds of excuses not to serve God. Well, God is going to judge me if I don't do it right. There's always somebody going to make an excuse. And that's what this man is doing, because this nobleman never said that he was going to punish anybody or that he was a wicked judge over everybody. So
you just said something there that I'm not going to do it right. And I think everyone here knows and sees how I screw things up all the time. In the newsletter, I can't spell. We got Grammarly. Even Grammarly makes mistakes and I don't catch them. If you read any of my books, I can't write a book. And now we got all these books. But I'm afraid to write. What if they're going to find out how stupid I really am. Right? They're going to read how poor my grammar. I only know 4-letter words. And I'm not allowed to use them. So how am I going to talk? You're afraid of your mistakes. Again, it's a vanity. You got to get past it. Again, I'm about, when I compare myself to all y'all, I'm about as dumb as they come. And you guys are more brilliant than I could ever hope to be. But this burning desire inside of me has driven me crazy if I don't get it out. And I'm not trying to pick on anybody or poke any holes in anybody, but some people are struggling with what is that one talent that you have and what do I do with it? And you got to figure it out. You got to figure that out because it's different for everybody. But this is what this group is for, to help you develop your, talking. See, look at all the people we got talking here today, which is not, except for Sombra, it's awesome. And we keep blocking her. But if we can get the rest of you to talk, then, we don't have to listen to Sombra. So
I was going to say one other thing.
Thank you, Brian. You saved me again.
Sorry, Samba. I had my Torah study group today. I meet every other Shabbat, and we get out by 4:35ish, so that's why I'm here a little bit late. But it's interesting you should be talking about this because somebody was talking about what we were discussing. I said, I've got to do what I'm doing on at least a bi-weekly basis because God gives me so many different things and so many different nuggets. I even told him, I said, I can't keep my mouth shut. I have to let it out. I got to keep the pipeline open because if I don't give it out, I won't get anything else in. I told him, I said, I recently had a dream, and I don't like to discuss dreams so much. I know nobody does here, but I had this dream where I woke up and I was walking into my kitchen where I normally prepare my meals, and I saw all these little boxes, colorful little boxes with colorful little ribbons, all packaged. I had a stack of them right where I prepare my meals. And I thought they were just beautiful. And God said, those are all the little nuggets I'm going to give you over the course of this next year and in years to come. And they're all packaged in neat little gifts that he gives me. And I can't keep my mouth shut about things that he gives me, even though I was told in the congregation, I said, somebody told me that I talk too much. And I said, well, I guess that's who I am. I said, I can't keep my mouth shut if I know the truth. I know something you haven't heard before. I can't wait to tell you. And some people will receive it and some people don't. I know I'm not an eloquent speaker, and I mumble and fumble and bumble my way through words, but the information is still there. So don't judge the messenger, but look at the content. And I just enjoy sharing the stuff that I find, but it's something we got to keep that pipeline open. I say all that because we need to, in order to receive more, you got to keep giving it out. And I think we should all be doing that.
Yeah. So, I concur with what Brian's saying. I can't keep it in me. And if I didn't have you guys to talk to, I'd find someone else to talk to and talk their ear off until they stop, and then I go find someone else. It's the more you use what he's given you, the more he gives you. And I don't exactly know how to explain it, but I know that's what we're talking about. Okay, Sarkis, I'm going to let Somber go here and just hope for the best. See where she goes.
Okay. I don't remember why I wanted to bring this up, but something that was brought up, and I was responding to something that was brought up. Okay, so Aleph Beta, whom we often refer to here, has Sorry?
Rabbi David Foreman.
Rabbi David Foreman at alephbeta.org. They have a podcast, and the podcast is called
Aleph Beta?
No, it's got a different name. Hold on a second. A Book Like No Other. There is a new series they started for, I guess it's their 4th year in the series. And he starts out by talking about the chosen people. Why are we the chosen people? And there is a thought process that goes on that when you think the chosen people, you're thinking the favorite people. And when you think of a parent who has favorites, it doesn't go well. Now, the point of choosing Jacob and not Esau, the point of choosing the Jews and not the other nations, is that they are chosen, not necessarily favorite. The word favorite connotes that you dislike the others or you don't want the others. The point of choosing Judah, the point of choosing the Jews to teach us Torah throughout the ages was not so that they would keep it to themselves, but so that they would preserve it so that all the other nations would also come into this relationship with Jehovah. And so it's a duty, it's a responsibility. It's an honor, but it's an honor that comes with a heavy weight. And the heavy weight, we've seen what's happened to the Jews over the millennia. We've seen how heavy that responsibility, that duty has been. But the whole purpose is so that we, you and me, sitting here in this service today, we get to come into this fullness of this time where we can enter in and recognize the Torah. We can enter the Sabbath. We can join in with the Jews and walk this walk towards, as Joe lovingly has it, towards the 8th day, towards eternity with Jehovah, towards the consummation of the bride. Because it's not just the Jews who are the chosen bride. It's everybody who enters into this same covenant that the Jews have been blessed with. Because we all know Jews who are not keeping Torah. We all know Jews who are secular. We know Jews who are walking out the commandments, but aren't walking out in the spirit and understanding. You know, those who keep to the rules instead of those who understand the deeper meaning. But we also know Jews who do understand the deeper meaning, who do have this passion for the eighth day. And the thing is, one of the things I love about Joe is that you recognize the importance of taking it to the nations around the world. Because in a lot of ways, the fact that the Jews have kept it, they've kept it close to their hearts, and they haven't shared it with the nations of the world. And we need to share it with the nations of the world. We need to have, it's one of the great things about the fact that Rabbi David Foreman shares his material. And the way he shares his material is he's not keeping it just for the Jews. He wants it to go out to the world, but he wants everybody to be studying what God's word says. And so I don't know how I got to that, to wanting to make that point. But one of the things I saw is, as we were talking about this parable of the minas, or the talents, or whatever you're calling it, it's really important that we see that those who receive these talents, these minas, they invested it into the future generations. They invested, you know, some invested greatly and got a great return. Some invested a little and got a little return. But if you're just going to take what you've got and hide it under a bushel, we all know the song, hide it under a bushel. No, you know, this little light of mine. No, you're not going to hide the light under the bushel, because that doesn't benefit anybody. It doesn't restore, what's it called? The Olam Haba, the restoration of the universe, or the restoration of, it's not a, that doesn't get us back to the Garden of Eden. But what Joe's doing, what we're all doing here, is getting us back to the Garden of Eden. We're getting back to the root of what it means to be walking in covenant with our Father.
Okay. Sarkis. I'm going to give the last word to Sarkis, and then what time is it, Somber, there? What time you got?
It is 4:30 at my house right now, which means
That's 5:30 my time in Eastern, so, okay. Well, we got lots of time, but I'm just running out of time here. I have to get up, and it's pushing on to 12:30, and I have to get up at 4:30. Got a big drive tomorrow. So, Sarkis, go ahead.
So looking at that verse 24 in Luke 19, and he said unto them that stood by, take from him the pound and give it to him that has 10 pounds. And one of the things that I personally experienced it 2 years ago. There was a time I stopped sharing and some of the truth that I was learning, and boy, did I get a whack. It affected my my business, affected my relationship with some people. And the thing here is, when Jehovah gives us instructions and he gives us his talents, he expects us to share it, not to keep it. And one of the things is that if we don't share, someone else we will be replaced with someone else, and they will do the job. And I just want to encourage people, it's okay to go through a difficult time of rejection. It's okay it's okay to lose some friends over it, and family, because the ultimate reward is eternal life, not only for me, but for all who are willing to hear and follow Yeshua and accept the message. And I think that's the ultimate goal, is to lead them to the Messiah and turn away from this world who's going to be destroyed. And that's what I want to share.
Yeah, very good. Linda, go ahead. You-
there.
Yep.
I agree with everything that's being said about sharing your talents and everything, but I also want to say that, at least in my experience, there have been times when Father has told me, you come away, and we need to have some time together, and you need to not share or be with people because I need you to be still and quiet before me. And I've had to learn, I would say, on a certain level the hard way, because then I'll start bickering with him as far as, oh, but we're supposed to be in fellowship. But it just doesn't work out. And so then just I think what's most important is that we hear and obey whatever he tells us at whatever time, so that then we can be still and quiet with him if that's what he's calling us to, or we can be what all of you were talking about, uncomfortable. I guess I was uncomfortable in being still and quiet. So there's both and probably is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I want to encourage people to get out of your comfort zone. And I'm not trying to guilt anybody in wherever they're at, but we are reading these scriptures and we need to apply them to our lives. Like I found myself in the position, like Brian said, I can't not talk. I used to not talk. Now I can't stop talking. Um, and if it does, like, this thing about the red heifers, I'm just exploding to get that information out, and right? So yeah, but different people have different talents. It's not all just speaking. The prayers that many of you have offered on our behalf to come over here, the missiles stopped just before we got here. And now there's potential for those missiles to start up here the week after we leave. Like wow, that's a Jehovah moment. I didn't want anybody to come on this trip because of the missiles and because of the shrapnel that's falling. And we're going to show you that shrapnel in the video that we're working on. So we all have different talents. So like Ella said, I appreciate everyone's talent. We need help doing this work. There's different things, helping the work. Like right now, tonight, we're short people today because we're all over here and some people are sick. We need more people to volunteer to step up and help organize just this Shabbat meeting. We have a bunch of people volunteering for the NRB. We need prayers for that, for Jehovah to open those doors. There's lots to do. We just need more help to do it. Anyway, I am running out of gas. I got to get up early, and I'm going to ask Sombra if she could do the closing of the Torah readers. I'm going to talk a little bit about the red heifers for a moment after that, and then we're going to close off the recording. Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay.
V'zot haTorah asher sam Moshe lifnei b'nei Israel al pi Yehovah beyad Moshe. This is the Torah that Moses placed before the children of Israel upon the command of Yehovah through Moses' hand. Etzchaim hi lama kazikim ba v'tom cheya meushar derachea darchei noam v'kol netivoteya shalom hashivenu Yehovah Elecha v'nashuva Chadish Yameinu Shemenu Kekedem. It is a tree of life for those who hold fast to it, and all those who cling to it will find happiness. Its ways are ways of pleasantness, and all its paths are peace. Help us and guide us, inspire us and provide us with the wisdom your Torah can show. Cause us to learn, return, and renew, just as in days of old.
Thank you, Sombra. So again, just so you all know, Sombra and I still love each other. Well, maybe not totally, but
What? Hold on a second. Yes, we do.
and we do argue here so that you can learn, and that's what we're trying to do. And that's what a midrash is. And that's what I said at the beginning. If you can't do that at the end of this thing and say you love each other, then don't partake in it. Go and find some church and sit in the pew and be quiet. But we want you to learn so you can ask questions. Right now, we're about to wrap up, but before I go, I want to tell you a little bit about the red heifers. There are 2 left, as I said at the beginning. 3 of them have been disqualified. 2 have white hairs on them, on the tail and under the stomach. And the 3rd one has little growths on the neck. You're going to see, he's going to explain it in the video. I hope to have it out this week. But the thing I want to say is, what would have happened if they'd sacrificed the red heifer last year? Because it was going to be sacrificed last year. What would have happened? Well, the Hamas says that they started this war, the Al-Aqsa flood, because of the red cow. What would have happened had they have sacrificed the red heifer last year? What will happen when they sacrifice the red heifer this year in 2025? What are the ramifications of that? Add the ramifications of Trump giving all the deep bunker busting bombs, what they call Moabs, to Israel. And they are just gushing over Israel and everything they're doing. I love Israel. I think Prime Minister Netanyahu is a superhero. What's going to happen? Where are we in the 5th sabbatical cycle? And what is the 5th sabbatical cycle about? They've just cut off all aid to USAID, which is a joke, to the UNRWA, to the UN, to the WHO. All these places have been taken advantage of. What will happen now around the world? And again, it comes back to the red heifers. Who is going to sacrifice the red heifer? Is it Yeshua? Is he the one to do it? Or is it done and then he shows up? It will be sacrificed. Or not, sorry, it will not be sacrificed. It will be killed and burnt because it's not a sacrifice. It's an ash collection heifer. It's going to happen, and it's going to happen very soon. The world's going to go crazy soon. So, again, you need to start thinking about all these things that we've been talking about. And where is your role in this? Where is your family of brethren that you can talk to openly and about these things? I hope, it's here. I hope that we can talk bluntly and directly and openly here. That's what I hope we've created. Linda, go ahead.
So for me, from what I do know, doesn't that open the way to building a temple? A real
Again?
one, as far as what like the Temple Institute is looking at?
Yeah. So where would they build a temple? And how
Well,
will they build the temple?
where they think the temple is supposed to go.
So where they put it, is it the Dome of the Rock, the Alaska Mosque, in between? Whatever it is, how will the world react? Tom.
Well, I just want to say those are bold words, my friend, and I'm not saying you're
What's your
wrong.
bold words? Yeah. I just talked to them, Tom.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not making this stuff up or predicting stuff. I just talked to them. You're going to hear them say it themselves. It's not me. Hang on, stop. Let me say. Maybe that's the part I got to blank out. I'm not supposed to say this. I got to go back and listen. He said, maybe you should not put that out publicly.
Oops. All I said was bold words, and we're gonna, it's I don't know what to say other than we'll see, right? Because people have been saying.
But even in your hesitation, you're admitting that you know what's about to come if they do.
Oh, big time.
Yeah, that's what I want you. That's what I want you to start thinking about. Where are we in the prophetic timeline?
We're ready for a big explosion.
I've said 2020. I then went on to say later on, 1290, October 7th, 1335. Okay, so I was aiming for September 22nd. I admit that. But the 1290 count was right. The 1335 count, the freeing of the hostages, was right. If we have these things correct, are we also correct on our trumpet calls? And are we also correct on our the seals calls, which I believe started with the Muslim creation in 650 or whatever it was that they started? Do you realize how close we are to the end? And I hope that none of you here are playing religion. Because I didn't come over here to Israel to play religion and to create a following and to be one up on anybody. I came over to serve my God, Jehovah, to determine when he wants to keep the holy days. Yeah. And if you're not obeying them, you got, God bless you. Yeah, you got to do some serious introspection and about the one talent that you may have. Danny.
Yeah, the part about the temple, is it not the tent, the tabernacle that is supposed to be set up, not the building, basically, as far as the when they're going to do the sacrifice?
They do not need a temple to do the sacrifice. They've already bought the field. They bought the field in the south of actually below the Mormon forest, or the Mormon park, whatever that's called. I forgot what it's called. They've now cleaned up that area. It's in a straight line to the eastern gate to the Dome of the Rock. The trouble is, the eastern gate was built by the Muslims in the 1500s, and it's not. Anyway, that's a whole other subject as to where the temple is and what is the eastern gate and the Mount of Olives, because it's not really on the Mount of Olives. It's pushing the northern end of the Mount of Olives and almost on Mount Scopus to be the place where they're about to offer this sacrifice. They do not need a temple. Now, my understanding of the scriptures is that Satan is going to ascend the mount. What mount? The same mount that Solomon built his shrines to Molech on, which turned the mount of the mount of the what?
Mount of offense.
No, it turned it.
No, before, what was it called before the mount of offense?
Mount.
The oil, the amount of the anointing. That's what it is. The mount of the anointing oil to the mount of offense. So that's where it has now become, which is Golgotha. And that's where the red heifer is supposed to be offered, not on the Mount of Olives. So they don't need a temple. But if everyone's waiting for a temple to come, they're going to be blindsided by all these events that are taking place according to what Jehovah said, because nobody's looking, which is why we are looking. We are being witnesses to Jehovah's events to tell people. And that's what, I'm hoping you guys are learning these things so you can tell people. We may not get it 100% right looking forward, but when we look over our shoulder, we should be able to see it 100% as to what it was. Sarkis.
So are all the priesthood ready, set to go, even the high priest?
For the Temple Mount Institute, you
For the
know that.
altar,
Yes.
for the altar,
Yes.
offer sacrifice.
Yeah, they're ready to go. Whether they are correctly doing it right is another issue, but as far as they believe, they are ready to go. They have all the people trained and ready to go.
So they have so it's a well-known person who is a high priest and all the other priests that go doing the work.
I don't know if it's that part, but I believe there are a number of people who are qualified to be the high priest and trained in that position.
Okay, are they accepted by all the ultra-Orthodox Jews on that and other religious fractions?
The Sanhedrin is not accepted by everybody. That would mean they would have power over the government of Israel. There are different factions, as you know, in Israel. But the unifying thing will be the sacrifice of the red heifer. The differing part, they're always going to differ, the same as we always all differ here. But the unifying thing will be the red heifer. Chris. Sorry, who's that? Is that Sarkis
Thank
still?
you. I would just say thank you.
Okay, Chris.
Hi, Joe. I have one question about the upcoming period of Pesach on your schedule.
Yes, sir.
I was always thinking that Wave Shift Day would be after the resurrection. So if the
After the resurrection, you've
after
lost me.
so Wave Shift Day, does it happen after the resurrection, or is it completely independent of that?
Wave Shift Day. So the original Wave Shift Day in 31 AD,
Yeah.
the Sunday, was the same day that the resurrection took place. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
Chris, what were you saying?
maybe more specific, can Wave Shift Day happen before the day of the resurrection?
No, when Yeshua came out of the grave was Saturday,
Yeah.
the third day, and on Sunday is Wave Shift Day. So that Saturday night, everyone came out of the grave Saturday night.
But if
So
I look at the schedule of coming 25, 2025 that is coming up, then the Pesach meal will be on the 14th of March. Then the 15th is the first day of Matzot. How is it possible then that we have the wave sheaf offering on the 16th? Because
we have the wave sheaf on the Sunday. We have the
yes,
15th also on the Sunday, the same day. If the moon is seen on the 29th day. If the moon is seen on the 30th day, then we will have Passover on the 15th day, the Sunday, and or March 16th, which is the 15th of Nisan, and Wave Sheaf Day will be on the last day of unleavened bread.
Okay. Well,
Wave Sheaf Day is always on the Sunday.
Yeah, that's right.
During the 7 days of unleavened bread.
It has to be in that week. Okay.
And during the 7 days of unleavened bread.
Yeah.
So last year we kept Wave Sheaf Day on the very last day of unleavened bread, which gave us the extra time for the barley to mature.
Yeah.
Needed. Last year was very close. This year we don't have that extra time in the month of February, but in the month of March we do.
Yeah. So the Pesach meal is always on the 14th, yeah,
At the
between
end of the
evening,
14th, at the
yeah,
end of
at
the
the end,
14th and starting
yeah,
of
at
the
the end
15th.
of the 14th. So the 17th is then Resurrection Day.
No,
No.
Resurrection Day is always on the Sunday, and it can be any day. It can be the 15th through the 22nd.
It is not after 3 days after the Pesach meal.
No, it's not.
Ah, okay, okay.
It was only 3 days after the Pesach meal in 31 AD.
Uh-huh. Okay. That's where my thinking went off-road. Okay.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you.
welcome, Linda.
I see in the chat that somebody says that we need an altar, excuse me, for the red heifer, and then somebody else is saying no, we don't need an altar for the red heifer. Can you clarify?
You do have to have an altar for the red heifer to be burned on, and you have to have it burned completely, and then they collect the ashes. The altar
Right.
that they have is a mobile altar that they can put anywhere. The
Ah.
altar that Satan is going to ascend is not this mobile altar. The altar is Golgotha. The place where Yeshua was killed was an altar. He was the sin offering. That is an altar outside the camp. He was also our sacrifice for the Paschal Lamb, which can be done inside the temple, but he's a sin offering, and that puts him outside the temple, and that was done on Golgotha. So the Mount of Golgotha is the altar. And there's a whole teaching I can do on that I started to do when October 7th hit, and I've never finished presenting it. But Golgotha is round. The wheels underneath Ezekiel are a Golgal, where we get Golgotha from. It means round, and they're all covered in eyes, and the ark is covered in eyes, and Golgotha is also covered in eyes. So all these things are pointing to Golgotha, where the ark, again, what Ron Wyatt says is the ark is buried at a certain spot, not behind the bus station, but on Golgotha. So if we're looking for an altar, Golgotha is your altar. It's always been there. We don't need a building. We don't need a temple. We don't need all these other things. We've already got the altar as Golgotha.
No. Your stuff has always been challenging because how I've viewed things, excuse me, is much more literal, and you take and use a lot of symbolism. It would be the way that I would describe it. So like even you saying that to me, even though Golgotha you're saying is physical, to me it's a stretch. So it's something to contemplate, which is very interesting. Thank you.
Have you been to Israel, Linda?
Oh, yeah. 2015, 2020, and 2022.
So then have you been to the city of David?
Oh, yeah.
Of course, right? Okay.
Of course.
So then if you know where the city of David, do you know where the new Milo has been found?
Is it in the parking lot that they are? Last time I went in 2022, they had closed down a parking lot. Is it across from the city of David, I think, and are excavating there and finding all kinds of interesting things.
Yes,
Is that where you're talking about?
Yeah, and the Milo is at the southern end. Have you seen the Melchizedek stone?
No, I don't think so. Or if I did, it wasn't pointed out. I
Okay.
know you said that it was, well, I've seen it on TV, but not when I was there, I think, because isn't it in David's where the city of David, where they're doing a lot of digging.
Yeah. So if you know where the entrance is to Hezekiah's tunnel, where you go through the gate there where the guard lets you through, right
Right.
beside that platform and below it is a Melchizedek stone.
Oh, so is it in the middle of the stairwell that you're going up and down that's there to get? I just remember there were stairs to either go down to the
Yep.
tunnel.
So you go down a spiral staircase, that's the entrance.
Right.
And on the platform before you go into that room is just to the east of that platform is a Melchizedek stone. Melchizedek stone is Temple 0.
Okay.
On top of the Melchizedek stone was covered in sand by Solomon, who filled in the Milo and fitly compacted it to build a platform on which to build the temple. So the temple is just south of the Milo, just north of the Milo, and the Milo was part of the Acra for the city of David. The temple 0 or Melchizedek stone is outside the Milo, outside the Acra or the city of David, which Solomon filled in, which puts the temple above the Melchizedek stone. And directly across from the Melchizedek stone is Golgotha, in which Solomon put the statues to Molech and Ishtar at the southern end. So all those things are there, but most people don't see them because they're not looking there. They're looking at the Temple Mount, and they miss all this stuff. So
I just like people come and they go down. Oh, what's the street that they say was the street that Jesus went down and yeah, never.
Yeah. So again, all these different things. So anyway, we show them over there. But
you're talking about Via de la Rosa.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is called. We went in 2020 and in 2022 we went with Keith Johnson. So
yeah,
we didn't see the typical things. In 2015 we went with Mark Biltz, and then we saw more typical things at that time. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, last question, Steve, and then I got to wrap up.
Can you tell us how you see the two witnesses that you say in 2026 at the Feast of Trumpets, how that's going to play out?
No, I can't. Guess I don't know. I just know they're supposed to show up at that time.
But they'll be known to the world, won't they?
They should be. They're going to be placing curses on the world. I don't know how that's going to come about, but we do have AI taking place. We do have mechanisms in place where everything around the world is seen in one day on the news. So yeah, anything's possible.
Will you be in Jerusalem on that date, Joe?
I don't know where I'll be. That's still a year away. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. Well, tomorrow I do, but I don't know anything. So. Okay, let's wrap this up. Brian, may I ask you to do the closing prayer, sir?
Yes, sir. Father, I thank you for the Shabbat. I want to pray for Eric, Father, that you would touch him, touch our brother. I don't know his latest condition, but I know he's in a struggle literally for his life with this cancer. I pray that you would heal him, touch him, and restore his health, Father. Pray for Joseph and the team that's in Israel right now. Keep them safe, protect them as they go to NRV and everybody that'll be down there. May all their journeys be successful, and may they all arrive safely back home and without any incident or difficulties. We thank you for this, once again, the Shabbat, for the discussions that have been taking place. Iron does sharpen iron, and you do give us your words to speak, to share with others. Seal these words and these ancient words to our hearts. May they be changing us every day, Father. May we never be constant in saying, it's good enough for me, but may we always find room for improvement and room to start growing and to learn more, to study more, to share more, to walk out your words and walk out your ways. Thank you again, once again, for the Shabbat. And I want to close with the Aaronic blessing, which is the blessing of all blessings. Yavrecha Yaakov Vishmareka, Ya'ed Yehovah panav leka v'choneka, Yisa Yehovah panav leka v'yasim lecha shalom. May Yehovah bless you and keep you. May Yehovah make his face to shine upon you and be gracious unto you. May Yehovah lift up his countenance upon you and give you his peace. Shabbat shalom. We pray for the peace of Jerusalem. Amen.
Shabbat shalom, and thank you, Brian. No better way to end the service than that. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, please like us, share us, tell other people about us, and sign up for our newsletter so you can keep abreast of all these things. If you don't get the newsletter, you're not going to learn about the red heifer. Simple as that. And that newsletter should be out on February, what's that, 16th? So if you're looking for it, and this is down the road. Okay, Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Good night. Bye-bye.